Yeah, it helps when I have the correct input source, so my mic is actually picking up stuff that I say. It's the little things. All right, done mute you. Okay, I think we're live. I think we're here. I think we're audible. Hello everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Blair Community Cup forecast. Today, as discussed previously, as per my email earlier, we will be casting the first set of the Imperial bracket games. Uh, Fast Castle Boomers versus Castle Droppers, and Outpost Rushers versus Corner Checkers. Um, yeah, if you're here, make sure grab your bingo sheet. See what we can get. We did fortunately get the set of games that I was missing last minute, so we will be able to cast those games today, which is great because more games is more fun. And yeah, Southpaw here, co-casting with me again today. Hello and welcome.
Hello, hello. Excited to be back.
Yeah, man. Uh, yeah. Let me know, guys, if if one of us needs to be turned up or down, or if the music is audible or too loud or whatever. I have a really hard time gauging that, especially because I can check mics after stream on VODs. I can't check the music because the music doesn't get picked up by the VODs, so I have a hard time gauging how loud that is. Anyway, set one today. Uh, well, okay. So first of all, Imperial Bracket was a bit different from Castle Bracket in terms of setup, maps, and bans. So tell us about that, Southpaw.
Yeah, so there were only 4 teams in the Imperial brackets, and there were also 4 players per team instead of just 3. So we did a round robin format, and we had 3 rounds of play with a play all 3 style. Each game with a time limit of an hour and a half in-game time, which I think translates close to about an hour real time. However, if the series was tied 1-1, there would be no time limit on the last game. So we're going to see just a few more players, same maps as the Castle bracket, just an extra game for each set.
Yep. And additionally, we had Imperial app bracket had Civ bans. Each team got 2 global bans that were across the entire set and for both teams. So if Team A banned Bohemians, Bohemians were banned for both teams for the entirety of that set. So total 4 civs missing, I guess you could say, in every set. Yes, and the map draft, you saw that last time, is actually set up specifically for Imperial, so it'll maybe make a little more sense. I don't think we have got a map draft for
Yeah, I think we're missing it
yeah
on this one.
For Fast Castle Boomers versus Castle Droppers. I have a hard time with these two teams because they both have Castle in their name. And so I'm like, Castle Boomers. No, wait. Fast Droppers. No, wait. But all right. I expect castles. um,
You can call it FC versus Castle.
FC.
That might be the easy way to do it.
The fast versus the drop.
Just don't drop the ball on that one.
So true. Okay. So game 1 you said is, oh, actually, hold on. You know what I should do? Well, not fix. I should adjust the overlay for the correct teams, which, as you can see,
Seems reasonable.
are here. So, Castle Droppers versus FC Boomers, because then I have the team names on screen and just have to read them off and not think about them. That's how it works. Cool. So game 1 you said was on Desert Slope.
I believe so.
Hmm?
And I'm 12 seconds in, so
Okay.
just let me know when you get there.
Yep. Loading that up now.
Excellent.
Uh,
Yeah, so I don't think we saw Desert Slope last or earlier this week when we casted the first round of the
no.
Castle Bracket games.
No, I think we're gonna see a couple of new maps potentially today.
Okay,
I'm trying to remember
excellent.
what we saw on.
We played Hanakare last time.
Yes.
We
We had
had
Hill
Grand
Forts.
Bara and hill forts. I think were the 3 that we saw.
We had 4 games. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess we had 4 games.
Right.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That checks out. All right, cool. Well, I'm up at 12 seconds as well now.
Okay.
So I will hop over. Hope that my overlay works. Yeah, all right. And then 3, 2, 1, go. All right. You want to talk about
Yeah, let's talk about the map for a
yeah.
second, since we were just discussing it. So on the minimap, it looks similar to Grand Barra in the fact that there's a ring of trees all the way around. However, what's different with this map compared to Grand Barra is that players are actually on the inside of the ring, and there's not huge gold piles in the center. There's a little bit of gold, but mostly it's populated with hunt and fish, and berries. So the tons of food in the center. However, players have no access to gold and most of the extra, or no access to stone or most of the extra gold. And so you'll see players trying to chop through to secure those extra resources later in the game. And there's really not a lot of extra wood in the center either. And so players tend to find themselves actually driven to the outside of the map versus the inside. At least that's what was speculated on our team. We may see differently. So I'm excited to see how other teams play it. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just finish fixing up the team names. And oh yeah, different. This is gonna be play all 3 rather than play all 2 because we had fewer rounds of Imperial Age play, but more. Oh, I'm paused.
Oop.
Let me know where you are.
I'm at 244.
Okay, so I got about a minute to catch up. So yeah, so fewer rounds but more games within each round, which works out roughly similar. Okay, 219. 244 you said, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Here's
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this map plays out with other teams because like my team had a pretty specific strategy, but
yeah. All right, I'm all set. So 3,
okay.
2, 1, go. So yeah, as you can see, lots and lots of hunt here in the middle. Hunt berries, shorefish, also piles of gold, and single trees, although these each have 200 wood on them. So it's, double normal tree. Stone on the outside with more wood lines and gold, and actually all the relics on the outside as well, which I believe there are, I see 7? Is that right?
I think 7. I think 7's pretty standard for team game maps.
Yeah. Well,
All right. So teams, you want to talk about the teams a little bit from
sure.
what you know of them?
1 second. There you go. 8. There are 8 relics. Incredible.
Oh, look.
All right, so we have Fast Castle Boomers in, I guess, the more northern half. Jaeger on the flank, playing as the Magyars. Now, Jaeger has been part of the community a long, long time, and I think he favors cavalry. I want to say he favors cav archers. Although we have a lot of players that favor cav archers, and sometimes I mix them up with our normal cav players.
You have got it mixed up. So that is Dark Zane, who you're thinking of in
See?
the red, who tends to favor cav archers. So Jaeger does tend to prefer. He usually opens up more of like a cav player, and then loves his infantry and siege, usually late game.
So I see it is, as he's actually on the way to the middle right away, getting loom and gonna get set. Also, other players going to the middle, but we'll get to that in a second. Nathan playing as his pocket, playing as the Huns. Nathan also I think one of our long-standing team captains, and also one of the head strategians and map scripters, drafters. I don't know what the correct definition is there. But definitely one of the masterminds we have of the game. Doesn't like Nomad, which makes me very sad. Everyone should like Nomad. And when another person who doesn't like Nomad right here, Trenik, part of Team True Clown Legion, playing as the Mongols. Yeah, Trenik is, I believe, a self-described arena enjoyer. I expect we'll see monks out of him at some point during this best of 3 or play all 3. Not sure if this game Mongol monks aren't really known to be particularly strong, but we'll see what happens as we actually have some engagements happening with scouts in the center.
Ooh. All right, so what's your prediction for game 1 of how many monks we're going to see from the FC Boomer team?
The FC Boomer team. Oh man. I think
It's a hard
maybe
question.
one or two to heal up. I can't see any of these civs going monks.
Okay.
At least not
All
on
right,
not on this map. Maybe if they chop out to the relics to grab them. Yeah.
I'll say 2. I'm
All right.
gonna guess 2.
All right. Stealing my prediction, I see.
Indeed.
All right.
It was too good of one.
All right. South team.
Ooh, so actually, if you hover real quickly over Red's mill in the center, there's a beautiful line of birds. Look at that. They're just like flying all in the exact same direction. I don't think I've ever seen it quite spun like that before.
This is the bird line. It's like
This is a bird line.
it marks the
They're just
territory between the two teams. Do not cross the bird line.
actually, it almost kind of does. It's really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. So talking about the Castle Dropper team. So on the flank here we have Islar playing in the gray. So I believe he was another long-standing. Most of these players have been around the community for a while.
Mhm.
Most, not all, but a good chunk of them. So Islar playing as the Malians. I'm curious if he's trying to take advantage of like the gold bonus with the Civ, and maybe we'll see some camels out of him, or maybe he's going archers, playing as the flank player. Here in pocket we have Juby. Playing as the Mongols. You know, I suspect we're going to see Mongols a lot on this map throughout these casts.
Well, the hunt
Which makes
bonus,
sense.
yeah.
You know, it's funny because like I don't think we ever considered Mongols on our team for this map. I'm
Well,
not really sure why.
well, I think you know what? That's because you guys were focused on the stone, right? And if
That's
you're
fair.
focused on the stone, it's hard to get to. It takes forever, and Mongols need several castles, so it's a huge investment that's not worth it. So if you're looking at going outside, Mongols like fighting outside, Mongols are probably a bad choice. If you're looking at going inside and for the hunt and utilizing that Mongol hunt bonus for these hundreds and thousands and millions of zebras and ostriches here, then Mongols are ridiculously good.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. And you know, heavily favors players who enjoy early pressure, which Juby tends to love, like a lot of feudal play. Usually, you'll see some militia and archer play out of her, so gotta keep an eye out for that. Here in the pocket, we have the Drewster, another player. I feel like he's the type of player who loves to play pretty much any exciting style of map. He just loves the game. Very consistent player for the most part. I know he's been putting in a lot of games in previous to the tournament, so I'm excited to see his play this one. And it looks like he opted for a barracks as well, so I'm curious if the Castle Droppers are going to go for just heavy feudal play.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of feudal military out on the field. We have, well, I guess just a couple spears from Nathan in the north, but in the south we have a spear and archer from Diffensik. We have spears and archers from Juby and Islar respectively. But yeah, finish your team analysis.
Yeah, for sure.
To that.
Yeah, so Diffusik, the last player on the Castle Droppers team, one who played, believe it was 2 years ago, played in our tournament and wasn't able to make it last year. He's an old adversary of mine. We played an old Viper tournament, 5-6 years back, and kind of kept in touch. And is one who loves the game and hadn't been able to play in a while, so a bit rusty. But from by all accounts, I hear the rust slowly but surely comes off throughout the game, or throughout the day. So I'm excited to see how that goes. But it looks like we got a tower being dropped down the center by Diffusik, so kind of securing that food source area, which looks like it might come up just in time before Jaeger scouts come in.
Yeah, and I think the tower is a good play, especially if you know your enemy team is contesting, because walling off around like these single trees and ponds is so difficult, so likely to get a hole. If you drop a tower, you've kind of protected yourself. Although the scout is still in. I want to say one. Yeah, one ville. Going for a second right now, actually.
I don't know. The spear.
That one's down.
Every cast. One ville. Some nice little scout micro from Jaeger. Don't normally see him going early pressure like that, so I like to see it, expanding his horizons. Ooh, but the tower getting some value, scaring off the archers from Nathan.
Yep, lots of
And let's see
pinging
here.
happening though. Looks like FC Boomers want some pressure as archers from Nathan moving forward,
Yeah, it
passing
looks
some
like
archers from Juby.
Juby is coming over to help reinforce Defense 6 side, but the army from FC Boomers just retasking elsewhere.
Yeah, a little bit like the two armies kind of missing each other. I'm curious to see where this
Ooh,
goes.
big engagement up by Darksane's base, it looks like.
Ooh.
So Izar doing some nice little pressure, kind of pinning Darksane in on that flank a little bit.
Yeah, and with the archers, actually with the spear to escort them, the scouts can't really engage, and they can kind of. I mean, for now at least, the advantage is there's not too much eco here that Darkseid has to idle. Maybe one or two farms when the archers get too close, and it looks like he'll actually go ahead and dive now that he's got scout numbers. And
Well,
right.
he definitely, yeah, and I think he clears up most of that army.
He will. It was costly, but probably ultimately worth it.
Yeah, and his food economy for Darksane is still untouched down below, and so much easier to kind of get those scouts out. Has double stable production.
Spear
So,
here from Nathan, meanwhile, actually forcing 4 villagers off the center mill, and this is kind of a double loss for Eisler, because not only is this idle, also the villagers are going all the way back to the base, which means he has no more control over the center. If he wants to come out, he has to bring all. That's a lot of time lost walking back and forth. So really
yeah.
good move, even with just the one spear bringing him forward for that pressure.
Yeah, and in the center, closer to Jaeger and Nathan's side, it looks like Tronic did go FC, so he's already up and has several Step Lancers on the field. Step Lancers are really, really good at raiding, especially in this type of map where villagers might be exposed. With that extra range that Step Lancers have, they they navigate around a little bit of the pathing issues of melee units and are able to get snipes a whole lot easier.
Yep. Yep.
But it looks like most of the Castle Droppers team is on their way to Castle Age. So we'll see if they can stabilize long enough.
Yeah,
And
they have kind of given up mid control for the most part. There is a group of villagers from Juby, but there are 3 enemy armies around here.
There are
4 enemy armies, and yeah, Drewster's scouts can't engage this. I think all those villages are going to go down.
Oh, that was some good army. Yeah, that's good coordination by FC Boomers. And you know, we were talking about that on what was it, Wednesday, about just there were so many instances where if teams brought their armies together at the same time, the amount of damage would be much higher. And we're kind of seeing just the little bit of higher level of play and coordination and the effect of that. So looks like FC Boomers has quite a strong position in the game right now. They're up by, because of that nasty raid there, they're by 20 vills and with a 20 army set lead.
Yeah, now their enemies are about to all hit Castle Age, so as actually, there we go. I was about to say they might want to make their way up, but as I say that, Nathan and Jaeger are on their way up, and Darkzane, let me check, I think his far behind. Okay, no, he still has a ways to go, but still, that he's flank player, so it's not the end of the world a bit later.
And he has been producing from 2 stables.
Yeah.
Scout play, so his uptime is going to be a little bit later, but it has been effective, and you know.
Right, and the other thing is, if he's able to continuously produce from 2 stables, he's got a solid food economy. So once he stops producing, that food count that he has will skyrocket pretty quickly. So not a huge worry there. And that is a lot. Okay, Cav archers now from Trenik and a 19 archers.
Yeah, so they're kind of stacking a lot of different Cav Archer bonuses, right? So you have the Huns with the cheaper Cav Archers, you have the Mongols with the faster firing, and then I believe with the Magyars, their 2 bonuses, the Cav Archers produce faster. So makes sense that we have a lot of Cav Archer play.
Right.
Alright, status update. Any monks on the field yet? Does not look like it. And I believe Drewster is the only... Well, I think Juby just finished cutting through and so did Izar, but looks like Drewster has been on the outside for quite some time. None of the FC Boomers have cut through yet. And we've got Drewster in on Trenik's woodline with a couple of his scouts.
Ooh, that's very nice. Try and get some
So a little
value
bit
there.
of
Push him back.
counter damage there.
Right, and well, even if it gets not the amount of damage you'd hope for, forcing Trennick off those wood lines buys Castle Droppers more time to establish outside control, maybe even drop towers on the outside, and kind of lock in FC Boomer.
Yeah.
Although Jaeger is through, could potentially start moving to the outside if you.
And he's immediately dropping a TC on the other side. Alright, but it looks like Drewster is placed 2 stables on side, so he has 4 stables. I think that might be a little bit ambitious, just with the state of his economies right now, but, you know, given enough time, he'll be able to produce consistently out of those 4 stables. But that is a very large army down in the center, just down the hill from Drewster's base, so I'm curious if they're going to try to push up the hill or just further lock down the center control.
Yeah, because right now they have the center control. Actually, as I say, that Diffensic has not a small base down there, and that will take some time to clear up, even if all the armies come in, as there's even a TC. But still, FC Boomers are gonna have to think about their next move. Like, okay, we kind of have mid control. What's our next move from here on out? Because mid control on its own is great. It gives you food, it gives you gold, but again, long term, you do need to at some point get at least some of that stone. Because if you get surrounded by a ring of castles and you have no castles of your own, you're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah, this is an interesting map because, like, if you like a castle, normally players have easy access to, theoretically, right? This one, like, this heavily favors players who can get on the stone, and if you're able to get a castle, it's really hard to push because if you don't have access to the stone yourself, no access to trebs.
Right. So unless you manage to like close the game out in essentially early castle age, you're gonna have to have access to the outside, or the other team will win.
Yeah. Looks like Eisler was able to get a little bit more damage done on Darksane's base, but it does look like Trennick is coming to help reinforce. That is a lot of cav archers.
That is, and they have Bodkin, which the crossbows actually do as well. Never mind. Yeah. Not the worst engagement, but not ideal. Meanwhile, the Step Lancer is clearing up some reinforcements, though, which is always nice. Catching off the reinforcements, easy kills, which helps snowball fights your way in the long run. I would like to see crossbow coming in from Nate.
Yeah, but he still has what, 20 archers?
Yeah, he is leaning heavy into cav archers. I understand he wants to save the cost. He can essentially throw away those units, but I think there's a lot of value still to be gotten out of those just because of the sheer number that you have. It seems like an investment, but I mean, if his eco is tight enough, then maybe just focus on the unit you're gonna go in.
Yeah, so pretty good strong. It looks like Jaeger was able to sneak a couple scouts through Drewster's base and did a little bit of damage, and they're just kind of camping out. So I'm curious if he's just going to wait until Drewster's not paying attention to come in and snipe more
and it
bills.
looks like he's going to get some stone bills that are just hanging back there.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Ooh, now they are having trouble engaging, but I don't think Drewster is noticing, so I think all these bills go down. Oh,
ooh, but we do have a castle drop on Jaeger's base on the outside. That is a sneaky castle.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, they have no idea this is coming. It's going to be unpleasant because that should easily be able to range the TC. On the other side, the cav archers are sort of in on Eislar's space, but actually unable to advance much because of the TC there. So they're just.
But it did
kind of
force Eisler off of gold.
Yeah, and I don't think he has another gold. Well, he is on the outside, so he's got some golds he can go to there. But at the moment, I believe he's off of gold completely.
Yeah, so Eisler in a bit of a tricky position.
Ooh, Ram's
nice
coming
little
through the
outball.
center now from Nathan, and this space from Diffensic is going to get cleared up completely.
Oof. That's a nasty push. That's a lot of knights and cav archers. But Jaeger's base is not looking super happy right now. That's quite a few knights from Drewster dealing some nice eco damage on Jaeger. And
Yep.
does Jaeger? Oh, he does have some vills down in the center, so he
Yeah,
does.
but again, he's forced to run a large amount of eco, which will then be protected by the army down there. But his main eco right now is completely idle for all intents and purposes.
He has what, 3 on food right now? That's
Yeah.
fantastic. Counter pressure from Drewster. And they're kind of stabilizing a little bit on the outside, so still the Vil difference is quite significant at this point though. So what, 50 Vils behind and 70 army.
Here we have a very ambitious lion who decided to fight 8 cav archers. Did not go well.
It's like, hey, I killed a Vil last time. I can kill a cav archer this time.
Alright, looks like Nathan is here with the cav archers to help out Jaeger, and Drooster's Knights will be forced back, but they did manage to melt through a TC, which is really nice damage. And also, basically, Jaeger's chop to the outside is negated by this castle. He can no longer move out, and with that, Diffensick and Rooster can actually move around and hit Nathan in the pocket, and Nathan has, I mean, he's got a TC, but that's the best defense he's got right now.
He does have a lot of Vils in the center. I think he has 30 plus Vils on the food in the center.
But if you look at the pathing,
wood access,
though,
like if he denies wood access and gold, then
and even if the
productions drop.
even if the center eco stays active, it's become super inefficient. You have a lot of villagers going super far to find berry bushes because the close ones are depleted. Like all the close resources to the mills that he has here are depleted, and there's idle villagers even with no shorefish remaining in range. So hitting this main eco from Nathan is definitely going to hurt.
Oh, castle is denied. Juby's castle is denied by Trinix cav archers. I missed how they got in there, but that is quite unfortunate. But Juby did kill a large mass of cav archers in that Trinix ran into her base. Yeah, Eco got idled a little bit, but I think there was like 15 cav archers. Now they're down to 3. So nice little defense there. And Drooster again on Nathan's base. Nathan's economy is completely idled right now.
But
no,
counter push is coming.
Castle.
Yeah, like that's a lot of knights, that's a lot of rams, that's a lot of cav archers, and the archers are still hanging out.
Not looking pretty.
All right, Nathan is looking going to imp. I was about to say you have the res now, go crossbow, but I think he is angling for it.
Definitely getting some first game of the day vibes from Castle Droppers a little bit.
Yeah, bit of warm up perhaps, and I mean,
and a little bit of unfortunate timings too. Like this army was a little bit out of position.
Yeah.
And just a couple of those big raids, because like it was really even until that raid on Juby's base. And when you can slow down a pocket player in team games, then
yeah,
it's usually harder for teams to climb back out of it. Yeah, I suspect we'll see the GG here relatively soon. But maybe not. Maybe not.
Well, castle droppers still have reasonable outside control. They're dropping some defensive castles in their ecos there, which will make
as
it
their
harder to
name
push.
dictates, right?
Yeah, that's what they do. That's pretty much what they do. I wasn't impressed with the amount of fast casting we've seen from the fast caster so far, but to be fair, this is not the map to be fast castling. So.
No. Trennick did go.
Trennick did. Yeah.
But, like,
the other 3, but yeah, this is a feudal map.
Alright, so we got a castle coming down from Darkzane as well, and he's got a couple elephants on the field, and looks like Izlar was able to kind of remass a little bit of camel numbers, so he should be fine from that push, but there's not a lot that can stop this army in the west.
Nope.
That is a lot of
Diffensick has found a group of Trennick's villas and will deny a forward castle here and get a good number of villager kills. That's what, 8 villagers dead? And if Trennick's not careful, this castle foundation might be denied. Although he's got cav archers coming in, so I think the eagles will be pushed away.
But at least it's nice that he can kind of delay
and,
that.
Oh man, Trennick has kept 1 villa alive who will finish this castle.
Oh.
Still, the delay is helpful, but yeah. The big fight on the outside here as the army starts pushing into Diffensick space. Some cavalry to protect, not that much, but under the castle fire, it's still not the best trade they could have taken. However, the rams are also on their way.
That is quite a few rams. I would have liked to see Nathan wait until he got to imp to get cap ram. It'd just be a little bit more effective. But, you know, from the army numbers that they're seeing, they maybe just feel really confident that they can push in.
Yep, that's fair. And, I mean, well, the Eagles will be fine against the Rams, but there's a lot of cav archers there to help with that. So I think This will be maybe a bit more costly than it needs to be, but ultimately still go the way of the FC Boom.
Yeah, nice secondary castle dropped in defense by Defense 6, so I suspect numbers will be a little bit smaller by the end of this fight, even though he may be pushed from this position. Though he is getting attacked by Trenig as well on his initial starting base. A bit of a pickle, and Drewster's knight numbers aren't super high. Like, he just hasn't been able to help support.
But 6 of the 7 rams actually got sniped, and most of the knights. So right now you have a group of cav archers and crossbows camping under a castle, and that's going to trade really well for the castle. And so ultimately Nathan is actually forced to retreat. The castle stays up. Defense did lose a fair amount of villagers, but still a good defense overall, I think.
Yeah, it's not broken quite yet. And on the other side, it looks like Darkseid and Islar are kind of toying with having a battle a little bit of back and forth micro.
Yep. You're like, oh, you got knights, I got camels. Oh, you got elephants with those camels. Let me pull back. Just kidding, I have more camels. Oh, you have more camels. All right, I'm leaving. And then there's the 2 goats, which are like, yeah, yep, we're camels too.
Alright, we got Juby on the way up to Imperial Age, so should soon be joining Islar's the only players in Imp. Drewster a little late to Imperial Age, but he has been producing a lot of knights, which tends to delay that.
Yeah, castle coming up for him now though, and resources climbing fast, so he should be up, I think, as soon as this castle goes down. Not sure if he has the buildings. Yeah, I don't think so. Juby going for Mangadai, 11 on the field already, although we have 25 elite Mangadai for Trenig, and that's going to be rough to do with.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you're seeing the results of just untouched eco.
Right.
I mean, that's the biggest thing. The pressure has been on Castle Droppers the whole game, and so they've managed to actually close the Vill lead a little bit, so they're only 30 behind, which is actually pretty significant because they were pretty far behind at one point, but it's just a timing issue that we're seeing a little bit. But nice little push by Castle Droppers up near Darkseid's base. They're preventing that wall, and that's a lot of camels in on Darkseid's base.
Yep, and if these Mangadai manage to sneak to the back and the camels as well, there's actually a lot of exposed eco for Trenig here that could be hit. All his castles are forward. All his production buildings, well, except for that 1 barracks, are forward. So this could really hurt.
Yeah, and they're coming forward. I'm curious if he's going to see it. It does look like Nathan is bringing his cav archers back, and they're going to be heavy cav archers by the time they get there. Does he have all his upgrades on? Yeah, he has Bracer. Okay. Yeah, so he's going to have fully upgraded cav archers, which, oh, he's bringing his whole mass. That's 44 heavy CA. I think Trenig should be okay.
Still, that's going to be a number of villagers dead for Trenig, and he will be forced off the outside, even if only for a bit. So, good raid. This will set back, and this will actually further help even out the Vill count, which is now down to 10 Vill difference.
Yeah, and army difference, I mean, it's kind of been climbing for Castle Droppers. Like, there's been multiple times where I thought they were dead, but they've managed to kind of stabilize. They're still at a disadvantage, but at the same time, I feel like they've done a good job of just hanging in there in this game, despite the early disadvantage they had from Feudal.
And Islar now taking control of this gap, actually dropping a castle there. Camel's also working away on these elephants. So Darkseid might be in trouble here in just a second.
Yeah, Drewster finally up to Imp and almost has Cavalier in, which will be a nice little power spike. He's got 25 knights back on the field.
Capped ram for Trenig, and drill is in as well. So these things are going to be moving fast. This is going to be a formidable army to deal with.
Is he going to put that 1 archer in to help speed up the ram just a tiny bit more?
Get that extra little speed boost.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Drewster's response is to this. Probably should drop a couple more stables in the back here just to be able to reinforce, because he's going to be losing his forward production quite quickly with the siege ram.
Lots of idle eco from that.
Yeah, because one thing we haven't talked about a little bit is there's cracked terrain on the edges of the hill. So a lot of those buildings and walls they might be placed on cracked terrain, which does make you know, your building's a lot weaker.
Yeah,
So.
and this army will just chew through Drewster's base. Paladin also on the way for Jaeger, which will be in shortly. I don't know. He's
His
got 9
knight numbers
Cavalier.
are quite low.
He's
But
been hit
at the
pretty
same
hard,
time,
and he's trying to figure out where to set up his eco right now. I just saw lots and lots of villagers kind of running around the center, trying to find something to do. Lots of idle eco.
I wonder if
for Renegade
he's
as well.
looking. Wonder if he's looking for gold because he only has 5 on gold right now, and you need quite a few villas on gold to be able to keep up Paladin production. But that is quite a few siege ram. We're at what 8 siege ram now with 44 Mangudai.
Yep.
That's gonna be a tough hold for Drewster here.
He does have his Cavalier coming back, and even if he can only clear up the siege ram, that would also help, as he has a group of Cavalier on his base as well. So he might find a couple snipes there, which will help. But no, man, those Mangudai are just melting the Cavalier.
Yeah, Mangudai are so strong, and it looks like Drewster's missing the last armor upgrade.
Yep.
And so he doesn't have +4 yet on his knights. If they had +4, the trade would probably be a little bit better, but it's not good enough to keep this push out. But there's a pretty sizable army on the other side, though, from Islar and Juby doing some nice coordination, trying to deal with Nathan's Cav Archer mass. And, you know, getting some nice engagement there, but a little worried because there's not a whole lot that can push back Mongols when they're in that unit composition.
Yeah. And good from Brewster, he does manage to clear up most of the Rams, and that will slow down this push a little bit since they can't just... The Mangudai don't chew through the buildings quite as fast. However, now the single Cavaliers kind of going in one at a time are going to have a rough time. He did, I think, he's correcting that and doing them up within the stables so he can release groups at once, but another TC goes down from him. And there must have been at least one monk on the field at some point, because Brewster has a relic, and actually as I say that, I see that Islar has a monk as well. So we
But we were taking bets on FC Boomers though.
Oh, we're
and so
right.
Yeah,
well, we
yeah.
haven't seen any from them, I don't think.
All right, so it looks like Brewster's down to 12 knights. It's not looking pretty. And somehow, man, trying to play a good game. He had another massive CA in the middle of Islar's base, which got cleared up pretty quickly. But massive push up in the north. Nathan doing a good job of just kind of locking down that side while his teammates push. I don't know where... Yeah, it looks like Jaeger is just slowly but surely just trying to reboot him a little bit. He's been able to get a really healthy food count. Wow, he's got 90 on food, but still only 8 on gold. So just kind of hurting on the gold department. But at this point, Drewster's down to 70 bills, and it's falling fast.
Yep, and more Mangudai and more Rams coming in. Rennig also now actually going ahead and dropping some defensive castles to protect his eco. And this mass of 65 heavy cav archer from Nathan. That is with elephants about to join them.
You know, it's funny watching this game. I'm like, man, I would have loved to watch this game before we played these teams. Like, the scouting information would have been very helpful, but no.
Oh well.
That is a lot of ills exiting through different 6 base.
Yep, they're like, this is over, guys. We are leaving. We're going to greener pastures. Oh, another. Okay, I think almost every one of the castle droppers built a monastery, or at least one relic. Castle's being dropped here from Juby to try and get the Mangudai there, but her Mangudai numbers, Nathan's been doing a really good job of keeping those low. And although they out-trade the cav archers, Nathan can just produce so many cav archers so much faster. And Nathan's been proactive about it, right? There's a big camel meat shield, so if he wasn't paying attention, the camels would eat it and the Mangudai would be able to mass up. But he's been coming in, sniping them, and now I guess camels.
He kind of mismicroed a little bit because Isla just killed a lot of cav archers.
Yeah, so good swing back, and that'll give Juby some room to maybe get together a group of archers. Although Elite Battle Elephant is now coming in from Darksane as well, which camels will still be okay against, but definitely going to be more difficult.
And we have Trennig pushing through the top towards Juvi's base with all that massive Mega Die. So Juvi's forward position has been great to help on the push on the side, but it's going to be a bit tricky, but doing nice, quick walling.
Right, dropping
So
some
just
siege
kinda
workshops
slowing,
as well.
just
Yeah,
just kind of slowing down the push a little bit.
fortified wall coming
Giving-
in, Onager coming in. She's setting up to defend.
Big hit. Then Jaeger back in the action again, in the middle of raiding Diff 6 base. Those Paladin will die. That is a lot of castles, but that is also a lot of Paladin.
Yeah, I saw the front group and I was like,
45
oh, it's a raid. And I was like, oh, look, there's another 30 coming behind
Like,
that. All right.
Hello, where do these guys come from? So nice push from Castle Droppers in the north, but I think it's just a little, too late at this point. Because Drewster is effectively down to 30 mils. And at this stage of the game, kind of hard to climb back from.
And, yeah.
And very interesting. So Jaeger's just kind of running right through the base. Oh, does double back to target that TC. I thought he was just running right through, just ignoring Diffensick, but...
Yep.
Huh? Well, I was wrong when I said I thought we'd see the GG at 36 minutes.
Yep.
This game has gone much longer, but honestly, like, Castle Droppers did give themselves an opportunity to stabilize. But I think it's just the late game army composition. They're just, the FC Boomers were able to get there quicker.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Onagers aren't quite ready to deal with this Mangadai, because I think if you manage to clear up the massive Mangadai from Trennic, you get a couple really good Onager shots in there. You have a chance to flip this around, because eco numbers, even with Brewster's eco being in a really rough spot right now, the eco numbers are actually still not too far. I mean, it's 60 villagers now, but that's with one player essentially dead. Well, yeah, pretty much essentially dead, 28 vills, so that could definitely be much worse.
So after watching this map being played, and having played it yourself multiple times, do you feel like center control is where the game is won, or do you feel like outside control is more important?
I think late game outside control is more important. I think early game, I think feudal and castle age center control is more important, just for the food eco that it's in there. It's so much food, it's so fast to get, and it creates so many opportunities for raids. And I think once you have that center control, that gives you the opportunity to snowball it from there. However, if the game goes late enough, if right now Castle Droppers had full outside control, I'd give them the huge advantage, because there's not much left in the center, right? The food has mostly been used, there's farms, there's a couple trees, but not that many. The gold is used up pretty quickly. At this point, once you hit like Imp or late Imp, outside control is where everything is at. And as you can see, like, the middle's kind of being ignored. You could send some raids in there. Any of the players could send raids in there. There's lots of villagers, but it's just not important enough. The outside control is what they're vying for, because that's where all the important resources.
Oh, and there's the GG. You know, it's amazing when I watch team games how, like, small little moments early in the game kind of just dictate the rest of the game. It doesn't always happen, but it felt a little bit like that this game, where they were just able to get a few key raids in, and that just put Castle Droppers just far enough behind where they weren't able to stabilize enough to pull it out in the end. But good game overall. Yeah, a lot of great fights, both sides. Excited for game 2.
Yeah, and really great from FC Boomers, the high feudal pressure, but then also Trennig in the meantime going fast castle, and then being able to come in with even just a couple of step lancers, and then going off of that feudal pressure, keeping it going, but also creating breathing space for his feudal teammates to go up to castle as well, and kind of keep that rolling.
Yeah. All right. Well, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yep.
And be ready to hop into game 2.
Relic gold. Okay, so okay, Diffensick actually collected 2 relics. 3 relics collected. Yeah. We can't ever trust Southpaw with a GG call, is what I'm getting out of it. Early GGs from Southpaw. Really good Imperial time, 33 minutes from Rennick. Really solid right big, big APM spikes. I guess Juby with the Mangudai doing a lot of work, a lot of micro there, trying to keep the Cav Archer numbers in control. Yeah. With that, game one goes the FC, the OK Boomer, I like to call them. And this overlay, I pull up game two, which I believe is on. I'll have to confirm that with back. No, yeah. So Civ bans for Imp Bracket was it wasn't a full draft where you alternate picks. It was only bans. So the banned civs neither team is allowed to play. But unlike previous years, we didn't have civ picks where we alternated picks and then your team is allowed this civ and the other one isn't. Any civ that wasn't banned, both teams were allowed to play, with the caveat being you're only allowed to play that civ once, and only one player is allowed to play that civs once over the course of the set. So yeah, both players or both teams can play Mongols, but now both teams have used Mongols, so neither team can play Mongols in any map going forward.
All right, I'm back.
Nice. So I assume game two is Hill Forts?
No, game two was Hanakure.
Was Hanak, right? Okay. Uh, yeah, same rules as Castle, but with Civ bans, pretty much. And we have had that different in the past, where I think the last years we almost always had Civ drafts. Um, but yeah, opted to not go for that this year, I guess.
Yeah, we left it out this year. I think it was just it took up a lot of time
Yeah.
for the civ drafts because you're banning a lot of civs. And you got 30 seconds in between each pick, and it drew the process out a little bit. It's fun, and I think it favors teams that prepare well. Um, I don't know, I think this year teams were not able to put in as much preparation time together, and
Hmm.
so I think it just worked well
Yeah.
this year.
I so you can ban students against State Island. Throw it in the feedback. Say you want Civ bans in Castle Bracket. Um,
Yeah.
there are 45 civs, so that does mean you can easily ban one or two civs, and there will still be plenty of other civs to choose from. It does also mean that with nearly like 40 plus civs, 30 seconds on each pick, that's a 20 minutes each set just for the civ draft. Um, and I will say that one thing that worked a lot better this year than in past years was the uh, schedule, with teams not taking any additional time. And I think Civ drafts might have pushed that a bit because that is one of those factors that can really get drawn
It's
out.
definitely been one of the main bottlenecks, I think, in
Yeah,
previous years,
yeah.
at least
So
in the Imperial bracket. So
yeah, so I don't actually hate. I kind of like the system we currently have. Um, it'd be interesting to play around with the number of bans. Um,
mhm.
Or, all right, hear me out on this. Each team gets 5 civs bans, but each team then gets to snipe 2 civ bans, and then your team is allowed to play those banned civs, but the team that banned them, that you sniped them from, is not.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that one written down.
All right. So I play against you. I
Yeah,
ban
yeah, yeah.
Persians, Mayans, Aztecs, Incas, Huns. Neither of us is allowed to play those civs. However, you snipe Mayans and Aztecs, so now you are allowed to play Mayans and Aztecs because you sniped them, but I am not because I banned them.
That is true. Yep, that makes sense. That'd be interesting to play
I
around
don't
with.
think
And
there's a way to.
see.
No, there's. I guess there's sort of a way to set up. That it's gonna get super messy. Um. Okay. Well, I have the next map loaded up.
Okay, I'm at second 8.
Oops, no. 8. Nope. Again. Okay, 8. There we are. 3,
Okay.
2, 1, go. All right. I'm gonna mess around with colors to consistent, because otherwise I'm gonna.
Let's see here. Last game we had Islar was gray. Diffensick was blue. Juby was teal, and Drewster was green. But they did switch positions a little bit though.
They did.
So like team colors are still the same.
Yeah. Team colors are still the same. It's just the player order, because we had Trenig in yellow, Dark Zane in red, Jaeger
Yep.
in orange, and Nathan in purple. All right. So Hun Akare, we've talked about this map a bit. The main difference, again, as mentioned before, you see now is that we have 4 players on each side instead of 3. Other than that, not a whole lot of. Well, there are differences.
There are,
You have.
there are a
Yeah.
few differences. So the main thing is actually our relics on both sides on the mainland. So each team, I believe, has 5 on their portion of the map, and then in the north and south, instead of having 5 relics up there, there's only 3. But there are additional golden stones
Okay.
that can be accessed on both sides.
I didn't think about this when we set it up, but all right. You bring Burgundians and Aztecs on this map.
Mm-hmm.
You get the Burgundians, you get the food bonus from the relics, you get the Aztec relic bonus, gold 30% relics. You bring in your own 5 relics, you go north and snipe those 3, and the bottom and get those 3. You now have 11 relics. You don't need an eco anymore. You've got 11 relics giving you golden food.
It's definitely a play. Good thing you didn't think of it when you did.
Dang it.
But yeah, beyond that, the map still is the same as the 3-player version. Just a little bit more. You'll generally see 2 players push one side and 2 on the south side, though we may see some wall up with 1 person defending and 3 push either north or south. Yeah, I'm excited to see this map play out. I think this is, I would say, probably the most picked map for the tournament,
Yeah,
just based on
definitely a popular one.
conversations.
Yeah.
Which is exciting.
Yeah. All right, so for the boomers, we have Jaeger in the north as Koreans. I expect this is on one hand for the water controlled. Koreans are pretty decent naval civ, but also and possibly even more so for towers. Korean tower rush in the north can be very powerful. Behind that, Dark Zane in his pocket as the Persians, who with an uninterrupted boon can get an insane eco going, and then you go into War Elephant or Savar or something like that. Also a very strong choice, and I think also both of these are fairly popular on this map. In the south pocket, we have Trenig as a Slavs, who also have a very strong boom due to their 20% faster working farms. I am curious to see what he goes for. This is a map with the constricted shallows where if he backs up another player with a group of monks, that could be. It'd be
could be a play.
interesting. It'd be interesting to see. It could definitely be a play. I don't know if it would like work or not, but I guess we might find that out. And in the south, we have Nathan is to hold. Byzantine's a very strong defensive civilization, cheap trash units, extra HP on buildings. So I'm guessing that FC Boomer's plan here is push in the north and hold in the south, though as I say that there's walls coming up in the north.
Ooh, so maybe we'll see the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Those are some very aggressive walls from Jaeger. Doesn't want to
And
be
we
pressured
have
at all.
forward docks in the south for forward fishing ships from both sides.
Okay.
On the same fish.
Just peacefully cohabitating over the little pond of fish there.
Oh.
Though Nathan doing a much better job of getting his fishing production out earlier, and so because of that, he already has a slight advantage in the vill count.
You want to talk about the castle dropper civs?
For sure. All right, so Castle Droppers. We'll start off with Islar in the north, playing as the Persians. I feel like there's some repeat civs here.
Uh-huh.
Great hybrid civ. Uh, more HP on his buildings, so the dock will be harder to push. And I kind of suspect we'll see maybe some scouts into night play later on in the game. Then Stick playing as the Portuguese, another good hybrid civ. Getting a nice wood bonus from the berries, which there are quite a few berries on this map with your starting berries. Also a fantastic gunpowder civ. So curious to see if we'll see maybe a forward castle helping reinforce Islar with a push with organ guns. Then Juby playing as the Japanese. So another civ that has cheaper lumber camps, able to save a little bit on the food costs or the wood costs, and also their fishing ships have extra HP, so they're hard to push off of water. And it looks like she's already docked down in the south too, so it's gonna have a little bit of a bonus and coming forward with some forward buildings to help reinforce Drewster's side. Drewster playing as the Romans, 5% faster working villagers across the board. So the economy is definitely much better, other than villagers standing around just for a few seconds there. But also gets double armor bonus on their infantry. And the main thing that we haven't actually talked about, Byzantines and Romans both get Dromans. Dromans are a relatively new ship that replaced the cannon galleons for these civs. They basically are like an onager on water. So if they can get up to the Imperial Age and get a decent mass of them, we could see some carnage in these shallows.
Yeah, and a key difference with Dromans is that they outrange castles, so you can take down castles with the Droman, even if you don't have cannon galleons. So either if you have a civ that doesn't get cannon galleon, or if you don't have chemistry research, you don't need that for Droman. So an incredibly powerful. And true to
Yeah.
history, we have the Romans in the west and the Byzantines in the east. So this is post-split under Emperor Diocletian, I believe, was who split the Roman Empire into the east and west administrative sides. And it looks like they've had some disagreements.
Yeah, look at you dropping those history facts like a
Yeah,
pro.
man, that's right. I told you this is a history lessons with Ender channel.
Drewster's eco is looking a little rough this game. He's
Mhm.
got 11 fills in his TC with no food to take. I'm not sure. I feel like I missed it. Maybe he got lamed. Or just a little bit.
Not that
Just
I
off on his build,
tracked.
perhaps.
I think maybe a little bit off. He is going for double docks in the south.
Ooh, and forward pressure from Nathan. So coming forward with the forward archer range, he does not want to have his archers walking across the shallows where, we could maybe see a demo.
Yeah,
Alright,
I
GB
think.
coming forward with some scouts to kind of help with Drewster's pressure there. So kind of
Yep.
scaring away the
And
scouts
yeah, I got
of
this.
Trenig and Nathan a little bit. Alright, Trenig looping around. Might get the
Ooh,
Vil pick.
good
Oh,
hits
just
on
some
that
nice hits
scout.
on
Ooh,
those scouts.
Japanese spears, man.
Yeah, attack faster. Will always win in that scout fight.
And
Up in the north, very quiet. Very quiet indeed. So it looks like Izar did build a couple scouts just kind of patrolling the shoreline. And
are
maybe
you
we'll see him just
getting
convert
an
over to a boom bat.
are you getting an attack thing on your map for a different six scout that's just standing there?
I am weird.
He's under psychological attack, you guys. In
Hey,
the south though, Nathan's being pushed back. Drewster has managed to kind of clear up the remaining scouts and the fires, and is now taking on the fishing eagle from Nathan, which is definitely gonna hurt.
yeah,
GB also here
and
with a
Juby
couple
just
galleys.
sniped Juby sniped an archer with
Nice.
spearmen. So that's a great trade. Spearmen are cheap, archers do cost gold, and scale better than spearmen. So getting some nice little early value in, and spearmen on Nathan's villager, which
Yeah, and that's something you
might go
definitely want to
down.
clear up before that archer range completes, if at all possible, because that's just going to be super annoying to clear up. Castle Age coming in for Islar in the north.
Yeah, so I
And
think maybe he
walls.
just recognized that he's able to go castle because Jaeger full walled and it's just chilling at home. So and Asa should have the advantage because he does have fish.
Yep. And I think his eco's looking healthier as well. It's 37 bills to 35, but that's with him already a minute on the way to Castle Age.
Yeah, so slight vill advantage for castle droppers in this game, and they do have the army advantage currently.
And what do we got here? Nathan building fire galleys, trying to get back onto water then. But I think just due to the fact these fire galleys are spread out decently, it's going to be work. But just due to the fact that there's 2 players down here, I don't think he'll be able to regain that water control.
And Divsik is on 3 TC, so he went straight FC and is kind of booming up a little bit. Has been untouched and is kind of in a relatively decent position.
Do you think we see Fatoria this game from?
Ooh. No. As cool as they are, I don't think they make sense. But you never know. I could be completely wrong.
Alright, most of FC Boomers on their way up to Castle Age now.
Ooh. So it does look like Nathan was able to sneak a couple of vills in and wall. Well, he had a vill in and he walled it, but I guess he rewalled. But is getting some nice little damage on Drewster's woodline there with those 3 archers.
Yep.
Super annoying.
And he's managed to keep this gap open for the time being, and has village archers here denying Avil the opportunity to close that, so more army can come in.
And that's really the weakest point in the chain too. Like if GB or Drewster had been able to get those stone walls down, they would be, I think, in a really good position because they have almost a 15 the lead.
Ooh. North TC here from Islar decides to go all the way north and get some of that stone, get some of that gold, and maybe grab the relics. Keep an eye on that.
And we've got Eager throwing down stone walls behind his palisade, so he is just going for the turtle method.
Yep.
Walling his heart out.
Look at that! Look at that little O gold he has. I've never seen that before. Just a full ring.
It's so special.
But they were all of them deceived for another ring of gold.
Cast it into the fire. So definitely seen a lot of archer play from Nathan. So he's been doing a really good job of just he's really put Drewster behind.
Yep.
Like Drewster is okay on the Vil count, but at the same time they haven't been working. They've been doing more time walking than.
Yeah, and now
like
knights are here from Trennick, able to clear up a lot. I think even all of the well, not quite all, almost all the military ships on water, which will give Nathan access again and continue to move forward. In the meantime, the archers have moved away from this gap in the wall, and Drewster managed to close that off, so good on him for doing that. That's definitely going to be helpful. However, this palisade gate might still be susceptible. 5 knights and a battering ram.
Yeah, and Jaeger's not messing around. He's dropping another layer of walls behind his initial one. So it seems like he's just going for the full turtle on the north and allowing for Darkzane to come down south potentially to help push.
But also Defensik is moving forward with villagers. I think he's looking to drop a forward castle on Jaeger's walls here.
Which he does.
Yep. It is.
But it does look like the forces in the south are through though. And Drewster is going to be in a bit of a world of hurt.
Yep. And I don't think Juby only has a couple spears, so she's not able to spear at the moment. These knights will be a big problem.
Are you giving Castle Bracket PTSD, Nathan? Not yet. At least not that I'm aware of. But
I don't know. Any castlers in chat want to comment on that?
Alright, so just going heavy on gold, maybe trying to just utilize the market to balance his economy. And it looks like Trennick just skirting past Drewster for now, maybe trying to hit the pocket players to deal some damage.
Although he is looping back, and if he finds this gold, he's just gonna have to be very careful. That's a lot of villagers there.
And Tristram has 2 scorpions, but those will die very quickly and easily to those knights.
Yeah, they'll get in a couple of shots, but that's just not enough. Yeah, there's not enough room in this TC for all these villagers. The knights only have the first armor upgrade, so they probably won't dive that TC yet, but they'll take out some villagers on the edges, they'll take out some towers. This is problematic.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing what they need to do, is just keeping Drewster's economy idle. Man, it's crazy that this all came down to one little tile on that wall up north. Like, because beyond that, like, Castle Droppers has a sizable vill advantage. And if Drewster had been able to get that wall up in time, then I think Castle Droppers would be in a really good position.
Yeah, potentially. I do like that Ubi is dropping in additional layers of walls here in between. But it looks like that's been spotted, so Tretic's actually going to run past these and try to snipe some of her vills. I like the idea if you can do that for damage mitigation, you know, build a second layer of walls in front of this army that's pushing in.
Right.
But also good response there. Double defensive castle being dropped in the north, though, to respond to this forward from Diffensig, as we have Organ.
Yeah, this is the point where I would love to see Izar bring his knights back down south, because they know they can't do any eco damage right now, and they're being heavily pushed on the south. So I think that's a way that we could see Castle Dropper stabilize, but it doesn't look like that's what we're gonna see. And Jaeger up to Imperial Age before Diffensig, so he's gonna be able to get Treb out and potentially push back that forward castle.
And Treb is immediately queued up. Now, Diffensig is only a minute off, so potentially he can keep this alive. But it's going to be an investment, and that's a lot of knights inside the base now, and about to hit Diffensig on the flank. And he doesn't have a lot here to protect his eco. Dropping a defensive castle, but the knights will simply move to the other TC.
And that's a lot of knights, and no. Yeah, still doesn't have +2 on the knights, but I think just army numbers. That's a lot of vills that just got idled.
Yeah.
And on the other side, no damage being dealt. So great. I feel like it's just a really good game plan from FC Boomers. Like they were down in vills. Army size was the same, but the execution was just slightly better.
Yeah, and I mean, even now the numbers, the eco numbers are almost even, with a slight advantage for Castle Droppers. Military slightly ahead for the Fast Castle Boomers, but the map control right the amount of chaos that Boomers are causing in the ecos of the Castle Droppers.
You know what I would have liked to see is when Diffensig dropped that castle, build 2 petards to the walls, and Izar would be able to move in with that entire army.
Yeah. Have another castle coming up here from Islar, but 2 Trebs out now from Jaeger, and the castle is being repaired, but will presumably eventually go down. In the meantime, Diffensig still having to respond to Knight and Archer base.
Not looking pretty, just having that number of units in the back of your base. It's just difficult to stabilize. And FC Boomers are really not letting up on the pressure at all.
Yeah, and in the meantime now, while this is happening, once again, Nathan on the pocket has taken some time. Has the last couple of archers still running around in there, but is focusing, dropped 2 additional TCs and is focusing on expanding his eco. And also now has pretty much full water control, has cleared up all the docks in the south, and is able to just push in from there.
And the castle in the north falls.
Yep, only
yeah, Drewster's doing a good job of just re-walling behind, trying to restabilize a little bit, but Training still has 10 knights in the back of their base. 10 knights can deal a lot of damage if you're not looking at it at the right time.
Yeah, which, oh no, the Vil lets them through. This actually potentially helps because they're now isolated from Juby and Diffensig. But Drewster's in trouble now. Now there are a
And
couple of pikes and cav archers chasing these knights around. So it might be fun, or if that villager opens the gates for the knights, might even let them back out.
like you can just run along now.
But I
That'd
think
be
that's
nice.
another group that's scored.
Yep, I think so.
Down the game.
Does get a little bit of damage off, but that's Drewster's entire defense right there.
More castles being dropped in the north here from Jaeger. Treb's working away, and War Wagon actually starting to come out now. I don't actually know, how does War Wagon trade against Organ?
I don't know.
I don't know if that's a matchup I've ever seen. It
They
feels
have
like,
a lot of HP, so I feel like they should be able to last longer.
Yeah.
The Organ Guns have a lot of Pierce Armor though, so
yeah. Well, I think in 1v1 it should definitely go the War Wagon's favor. Just if you get enough Organ Guns, I wonder if that starts to outweigh the War Wagons. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Alright, so it looks like GB was able to clear up most of the knights down in Drewster's base. Just a few left, but is kind of helping stabilize.
Yep, and
Yeah,
we'll
that's a lot
drop
of-
a castle to help keep defended. A little bit more pressure getting ready here, but this should buy some breathing room for future. And there's not actually a lot of siege besides that one family. And in the north, Izar is actually expanding his eco onto the other side of the ford with siege ram coming in.
And he looks like dropping some vills in the center, so it looks like he's going to take some of the extra gold. Or, oh, he actually transported diff and 6 vills to the center. Ah, that's cool. Because he already had the transport built, and so he was able to just kind of sit back. Nice ram push coming up in the north.
Yep.
That is a lot of Cavalier. However, there's quite a few heavy camel riders for Darksaint just waiting.
We're ready for you. Know what's coming. Yeah, there are organ guns to back this up. However, there are bombard cannons. I think if they work together well, this is a fight that castle droppers definitely can win.
I think this is probably the most rams I've seen in a game in a really long time. Like up north you have all of Islers, but then in the south, Nathan has 10 rams.
What? Yeah. And Cap ram about to hit.
Oh, is it trying to? Is it trying to?
It is trying to. Yeah.
Colors are throwing me off.
Forward castle though from Nathan, and these walls from Booster will be knocked down. And the question is, what does he do then? I think now's the time to start evacuating that eco. Go to the back,
I think
rebuild
so.
there. Not gonna be able to
But-
stop this.
Yeah, but if they push through close to that center wood line, then that's a lot of vills that are exposed from.
Imp
three
is on the
different
way
players.
from Drewster in his only TC, which will probably be the
we're
next
gonna
target
get
of the
right.
Rams.
Ooh, massive fight up north. We've got Savar facing runoff against those heavy camels, and we've got all the Orchid Guns trying to help support that. And I can't really tell who's going to win this one. It's still really close.
I think they'll trade even, but I think with the numbers, no, there's a second group of camels in the back.
There is, but the Savar do clear up
Savar,
most
yeah.
of those camels, and Savar will do very well versus the War Wagons. Though that's a nice little jump on the Organ Guns with all the camels, but okay. Darksaint doing a really good job of reinforcing with his camel numbers.
Yep, fairly
And
military numbers still. The Rams are
Brewster's
in,
at 66%. I think Imp is going to be denied.
I believe so. We're about to have 5 Rams on that TC. And yeah, he's abandoning it. Not even gonna try to
All
repair that.
this from one tile not being walled.
Yep. Arb's here
Like,
now
Drewster
from
just-
Nathan as well to back up the Rams. And the push in the
Drewster
north is
just
just being
was-
stalled out.
Yeah, Drewster was just never able to stabilize long enough to be able to get army numbers up. Like, if you had been able to get, 20 Scorpions, I think they would have been in a much better position, but just that early archer rain,
Yeah.
and then with the knights coming in right after that, it's just he was never able to stabilize.
Yeah, now there's a second set of walls set up here, but part of that is also just house wall, and again, the ram train is on its way. And Halbraid's coming in now from Trennick. I think, hold on, let me check. Is Dina in? No, Dina's not.
Okay. So it does look like in the north they are slowly but surely pushing, but once again, a similar situation to the last time. It was just too little, I think too late.
Yeah, and there's still a triple stack of castles here, about to be a quad stack that they have to work their way through. So I think Jaeger's done his job. He's held on long enough, and even if he's kind of dying right now, in the south, Trooster's also pretty much dead, and Juby's about to be hit, and there is much less here available to defend. Diffensic actually having
Yep.
to start to pull units and move them to help defend the south, which will weaken the north,
Yep.
push even further.
Which I think needed to happen a while ago. Like, I think Islar needed to come down earlier with those knights. If you're not getting through those stone walls, then you need to come down south. And I say this because I know similar things happen with us on this map as well. But I'll try not to give too much away.
Ah, there's Drazina on its way. We're about to see some serious Halb action. If they come, look at all these rams, dude. 15 rams. 25 rams on the field.
That is a lot of rams.
Yeah, this castle's dead, dude. And that TC is also dead. And the Arbs will do just fine against these Oregon guns, especially in those weapons.
And the rams do quite well versus the Oregon guns. So.
And just more and more castles being dropped in the north as Nathan drops one as well to add to the stack.
Yeah, good defense up north and kind of battling.
Yeah, just to like now I would really love to see the Drazina Halb move north to engage the Savar. That would be much more effective than them raiding. Send the camels down to raid, send the pikes up to defend. The Halbs, sorry.
But I don't think there's a need though. Like you're pushing down in the south and you're killing faster than you're dying up north.
That's true. Just, you know, more efficient, even more efficient.
That's fair.
But yeah, it is a very nice push here, and it's going to succeed regardless. Also, the defense in the north, I think, is going to be just fine. Military numbers are slowly dwindling, but there are so many castles here, and the Oregon guns in the north are no longer supporting the Savar. I think Diffensic's busy in the south defending himself. There's not really any siege to back up the Savar pushing.
I think there are 2 rams hiding behind one of the castle.
Oh yeah, there we go. Although one of those is on 15 HP. So if those get found,
doing fine.
It's
doing
fine. Nobody knows it's here.
Yeah, but just like that, GB and Drooster are down to like 30 kills.
Yep.
Not looking pretty.
Yeah, Diffensic having to evacuate his eco as well.
But to where? There's not a whole lot that he can run to.
Dropped himself another castle. That's only gonna last until the Rams find it. Yeah. Like you said, really good game plan from Fast Castle Rumors, I think.
Yeah, but it really came down to that one little wall segment that wasn't able to get up in time. That's feels bad, but well played by FC Boomers in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And the GG is called. No Dromans this game.
Sad day.
158 Savar. There's 130 heavy camel riders, so comparable.
Yeah, I
94
think,
pikes to 94 halbs.
Like, I think it was actually a relatively close game.
Mm-hmm.
It was just the army in the north from Islar and Diffensic were not able to engage.
Yeah.
While the army in the south from Trennig and Nathan were. And so that's kind of what tilted, I think, the game in their favor.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. Spike goes to Isla at 40 seconds.
Ooh.
with 106. What are you doing at
Clicking
second 40
bills.
of the game that gives you 100 plus EAPM? I have questions. All right. Well, game 2 goes to FC Boomers,
What
and
was the average APM on this?
average APM.
I think I missed when you went over it last time.
So most players around 30.
Okay, okay. Very nice.
Ah,
All right, so since this is a playoff 3, they're playing the third game because to tally final scores, it was number of games won. Was a tiebreaker after number of rounds won.
mm-hmm. Yeah, and again that helps keeps the timing consistent, where you don't have one team that's sitting around for an extra hour wondering what to do. Um, but yeah, but then Hillforts, I believe, is the third game. Yeah.
I believe so.
Well then, let's quick.
Yeah, I think Castle Droppers have changed their colors almost every game.
All right, I am set.
Okay. I am at second, number 7.
Oh, let's head on over to game number 3.
You're still on the overlay.
Yep, fix that. Oh, frick.
Overlay.
Second 5. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so Hillforts. We've seen this map before. Difference being here that you now have a stack of 4 players, and actually both teams have one player sort of, I don't want to say isolated, but like actually with a full set of walls in between them and their ally, rather than being a connected little area, which is interesting. I wonder, could you like drop a stone wall between those and keep like
You
separate?
can.
Nice.
Yeah, I think you'll see it a couple times throughout the tournament, but yeah, it's just a one tile segment in between. Unique thing about this map, I think we already talked about, is you don't have berries, and so your builds are going to be just a little bit trickier to kind of go off of.
Yep.
So usually the way this game, I think we talked about as well before, is played is the wider side usually has all the extra resources, and so that's where games are usually won, is if you can control the sides and in the middle. So on the south side, it looks like Nathan is the flank on the larger side, and we've got GB up north as the flank for Castle Droppers. All right, so civ-wise, so for the FC Boomers, Nathan playing as the Chinese, and then we may see Chukanu from them. So I think that's a great unique unit on this map. Pretty cool unit, fires a lot of arrows in a very short amount of time. Slightly shorter range than regular archers, but also make up for it for a higher DPS as well as HP. And then Jaeger playing as the Hindustanis. Fantastic civ. Got the Imperial Camel. It's a great counter to any cavalry unit. Trying to play as the Burgundians. Great economy. Can get economic upgrades and age earlier. So as we just see double bit axe coming in for them. And then with their unique unit, you'll see the Costelet or Costelet. I don't know how to say it. Some French Coustier. There we go.
I don't
That
know.
sounds right. Yeah, they have a charge attack on their unit, so a lower base attack, but when the charge attack is higher, will do quite a bit of damage. And then finally, Dark Zane playing as the Tatars, which I think is actually a really good civ on this map with the number of hills. So Tatars get an attack bonus when, in addition to the already bonus from firing from uphill, firing down. So I expect to see maybe some CA from him. We haven't seen too much of that from him, and we know how much he loves it. So
Yeah,
excited to see. Yeah.
I think it's interesting. Tatar's almost certainly picked for those bonuses. All the other civs that FC Boomers have definitely booming civs. So I think we're going to see a lot of this sticking true to their name and going fast castle here, which is something the map lends itself to for sure. Which we already saw in the castle bracket as well, where I think Hindustanis were also very popular civ.
I think so. I think it was Nimi who played Hindustanis on Hillfort the last game, and did kind of go for that earlier castle play and had a nice boom.
Yeah, on the other side, in the south, we have Islar also as the Hindustanis. So yes, definitely a popular civ here. In the pocket behind that, we have Rooster as the Franks. Also, again, it's interesting. We've been seeing Franks at least two. Have we had? No, we've only had 2 games on Hillfort, but we've seen Franks both times. And I remember when we were looking at civs for maps, we specifically said we're not going to do Franks on Hillfort because there's no berries. And I guess a lot of other teams decided that the rest of the French or the Frankish bonuses are good enough that you can make do without the berries and still have a good time.
I think they're still decent. Because they have the free farm upgrades, they don't have to worry about getting those upgraded. And we see Drewster placing a couple early farms on that back side of the base on top of the hill. Wow, that is a lot of stone just clustered right there.
Oh man, you can build so many Frankish castles out of those stones.
I know, I'm really curious to see if we're going to see a lot of castles, or is he going to have to share?
It's like, no, these are my castles, you guys. That's
like
the thing that I do.
This is my stone, thank you very much. I found this hill.
Then we have Tiffensik as the Berbers, and again, a civ that has a strong eco and cheaper knights, but on a map that's more boomy like this, I kind of expect him to go into camel archers, so maybe he's the one that Drewster will have to sharing the stone with, which masked up are an insanely powerful unit, just takes a good amount of time to get to. So he may need his teammates to cover for him until then. Kind of depends on how aggressive or defensive this map plays out. And in the far north, as mentioned on the flank, Juby, playing as the Saracens. Also a very strong eco with the cheaper markets and better market prices. Saracens are interesting in that they feel very strong feudal with the archer bonus against buildings, and then kind of take a long time to get into their long-term comp though, so kind of almost fall off a bit in Castle and early Imperial Age, but then late Imperial Age are an incredibly powerful civilization.
Yeah, I am curious to see how it goes out. So it looks like the FC Boomers have a slight fill advantage. About 4 more fills, but all of Castle Droppers were on the way up to feudal, which would explain the difference. This is something I've noticed, like, each game, like, the Vil difference has been very close through until those initial armies are engaging, which is cool. I mean, I think that just lends to close skill levels between players. I think it's just been small little advantages have been taken by FC Boomers that gave them the competitive edge these past 2 games.
Yeah. And now you'll notice I haven't been tracking this last couple of games, but almost every player has a little bit of idle ego time, and I think that's in part, or idle TC time, and I assume that's in part due to the lack of berries. The food is a bit trickier to keep a consistent income once that hunt and the sheep are gone, and players need to move farms. However, props to Trennick, even with everything else going. I guess he does have the advantage of the upgrade, so it's much easier to maintain a farming eco, but still, basically no idle TC time. 6 seconds, and that's with no berries to keep. So with the adapted build, still doing a very good job keeping his.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job. So, relatively quiet game at this point, and I don't think we're going to see too much action unless maybe we might see a couple scouts come in to try to get some early raids, but for the most part, I kind of foresee just players building up, getting their economies into a stronger position before going a little bit later game.
Yep, and we have the fast castle boom coming in as Isla and Nathan are already have their buildings dropped and are on their way up to the castle age. Nathan with about 30 seconds of advantage, potentially due to the Chinese start with the extra villagers having that little bit of extra edge on eco. But still, good job both. Trennig lagging a bit behind next up, but did also invest the extra resources to get double bit axe, horse collar, and wheelbarrow, which are all decent-sized food investments. So that's presumably why he took that extra time to get there. And yeah, I assume most of the other players will not be far behind. Let's take a look at the resources. Yeah, Brewster about to click up, Diffensick about to click up. Dark Zane 100 food off. Jaeger a little bit further behind, but yeah, Ruby as well. But we'll see all their players make their way up pretty quickly. I don't see any military buildings anywhere.
It looks like GB did place a forward barracks down in the center, kind of
Oh yeah, okay.
a little position. Maybe we'll see a little sneak militia or men-at-arms coming forward early to kind of help maybe snipe some of these villas that may move forward because of all the forward golds that the FC Boomers have.
And I think I want to see a little bit more activity. We have an amount of scouting, as you can see here from Team Castle Droppers, but I think at this point, now that you've kind of looked at your back resources, use your scouts to try and scout for enemy pushes or see how their eco's doing in the back. You can see actually FC Boomers have scouts, and as I say that, we do have military pressure as Jaeger has 3 scouts in the back here, which hit Drewster's farms and forced him off of that. Drewster has done a good job of finding a nice little back corner between the 2 wood lines where his villagers are safe in their little forest cottage that they've just built. And actually tag teams with Islar Scout to take out one of the enemy scouts. But still,
Hindustani have an attack bonus.
Yep.
Which is building, so if Drewster ends up housewalling behind that, that's gonna go down.
Trennig going for the, I was gonna say the immediately 4 TC boom, but as I say that, while he's building his 3 TCs, he deletes his starting TC. And builds a mill there. I think that was intentional. I think that, no, builds a mill, deletes the mill again. Builds a TC again. I think maybe it was accidental, I don't know. First was like, oh, that's probably intentional. And I was like, wait, why would you intentionally delete that? I was like, oh, he's building mill. No, he's deleting it. Okay. Alright.
It's for the views, man.
Yeah.
It's for the views.
After some consideration, Trennig does opt for the 4 TC boom. Another TC going down here, and the little forest cottage will be expanded into a forest town center. And at least after that, Brewster is going to be able to get his economy on track a bit. He does have a good amount of farms inside his main base, so losing those 3 farms on the outside or being idle out of them for the moment isn't even that bad. It's a flex.
But it does limit the number of farm placements that Drewster can place around that TC, which is not going to help him out very much at all.
Yeah, and you can see he's responding by that by going out for an extra TC, and we do have some camels from Islar now pushing these scouts away. So I think Drewster will be okay, but they'll want to think about how to defend from future raids coming sides. As mentioned, falling off here is a bit tricky due to the water, but is doable with docks if players choose to go. I like that Islar is walling in his villagers here, knowing that the scouts are on their way over.
Tries to get a little bit of damage on those walls, but is he gonna? Oh, he didn't stop it, and his camels ran off.
Camels run off. That's one dead villager. He will finish the other ones.
But his villagers aren't building now.
Yeah, his camels are coming now, and we've got distracted, I guess. But that is one dead vill. Shouldn't be more than that. The camels are here now. The palisades are completed. But nice find from Jaeger. Get that extra bit of value out of the raid.
Yeah, just a nice little Vil snipe. And we're starting to see trying to pull away in the Vil count with all those extra TCs.
Yep, and 3 TCs for Nathan as well. TC 3 and 4. I had to recount that coming in for Islar right now. 3 TCs for Drewster. So we are seeing.
Well, I mean, obviously you got to check to make sure he doesn't delete the starting
Yeah,
count somewhere.
gotta
Apparently
wait a
that
sec.
is a
Yeah.
legit strategy on this map. I mean, I really want to know like how they planned it out so well that deleting, the starting TC gives you a slight Vil advantage.
Well,
But
it's the surprise strats. Your enemy never expects it. So that's probably. All right, little bit of forward military base being built here by Jube and crossbow coming in. So potentially looking to archery and look for raids there or start getting ready to pressure. We'll see that in a moment as we have Castle Age Loom coming in for Jaeger now.
and it looks like we have our first castle foundation placed by Nathan. So you know how we were talking about at the very beginning, like just kind of securing those sides of the map that are the larger, right on top of a hill. Really good map placement.
I like it.
Though it does look like Isar is kind of running forward with his 2 camels, so it'd be very fortunate if he was able to scout it. Though
Going
it
forward,
looks like
going
they may
back.
be routing the wrong direction.
I think they're just patrolling that hill there. So maybe he's keeping this hill spotted for a castle of his own, but not spotting. As we have lots of pings coming in from Nathan, I guess looking at confirmed or possible enemy TC location. And a lot more TC coming down in the back here from Nathan.
Ooh. And we have some sneak fills from GB coming forward. She does have a stone for the castle. Really curious where that's gonna go.
I was gonna say, where do you place this now?
What if I think you might be able to place on the very corner of the hill, but that's a really tricky spot. I think there's only one corner on these hills that you can actually build on. Maybe on the other side. I'm
Cav
not
Archer
entirely
raid
sure.
from Darkzane coming in, finds the wood line from Jupe, clears that up, and keeps going. More Cav
That's
Archer.
a good number of good for sure.
No. Okay, but here's the thing. Do you take this castle and place it all the way in the center here? Like, do you drop it in the back area beside Trennick's TC and really cause havoc, like denying that eco space that the entire team is kind of counting on having?
It looks like it's coming down on the backside of things. And I don't think Darkzane scouted it.
Nope.
That's gonna be so annoying.
Those going down to killing the wolf, not going down. Alright, here it is.
Go. And it does look like Darkzane's cap archers did loop back around and found GB's forward position with her crossbow masts.
Yep. And another Vil gonna go down there, probably the 2 spears. Really good value out of these archers. In the back, the scout, it looks like ran forward. Did get 1 Vil kill, almost a second. But did get up. However, this castle is getting down.
Jaeger is forward with the large army, so he's got 9 camel coming forward on as well as Nathan with some expos. So Islar's forward TC there is going to be a bit dicey. He's not going to have great production because of that.
He has a siege workshop queuing up scorpions.
Ooh, castle did go up, and I don't think Darkzane noticed it and places a TC foundation. Oh, it deletes, but he's going to run right into all of Juby's crossbow. So we might see a little bit of revenge, though no ballistics on those crossbows, so let's make it just they might get away with most of those.
Potentially, they have a ways to go. They are shooting uphill now. But nice. I'm going for that one. There's still one standing right there. Okay, we'll deny the hold. However, on the other side, the camel and crossbow raids are in, and Drewster once again forced to idle most of his eco that's back here.
Yeah, that is a lot of camel.
Trennick also
so it looks like
forward.
Yeah, so Jaeger going for a little bit more of an aggressive castle push rather than trying to get to Imp fast. And forward castle down the center by trying to just kind of locking down that center control a little bit.
Yep, as
And
well as a
right on
defensive
top
castle.
of, yeah, right on top of Juby's production building. So that's a bit unfortunate for her. But Juby denied the castle placement from Trenig in the back, so able to do a little bit of a damage on Trenig. Got some Mamluks out, just causing some damage, but I think that castle will go up, but is getting some nice...
Yeah. Ultimately, I think this castle will go up. It's gonna cost potential. That is a lot of barracks being dropped though, Rennig, and I think I just saw pikes. And the raid still hasn't been cleared up inside of Drewster's eco. There's not much military here to deal. In fact, there's no military here to deal with this.
There's no military.
Running rampant. There's 2 camel archers from Diffensik. That's not going to be enough. As there's a monk. 2 monks.
And we got 2 monks from Trenig. You know those monks I was talking about earlier?
They're just on the wrong game.
Just the wrong game.
Yeah, bring back those monks, heal up your villagers, convert Mamelukes that try to come forward. It's a nice play. And Darksane goes, fine, the castle's in the back, I'll place my TC forward.
And because of the earlier uptime, Trenig is already in Imperial Age before GB is, so able to take out those forward production buildings. And will probably be able to tread down the castle, though. Oh my word, Juby has a lot of petards queued.
Another question, I think it takes 10 petards for a castle?
I believe so. I mean, a lot of it depends on how accurate the castle is on the attack.
Right, I don't think this castle will stay long enough, alive long enough to affect this.
Juby is bringing the vills forward to repair, so it probably
okay, gonna try and snipe with the Mamelukes. Castle does have fletching, and the TC is garrison as well. So yeah, those Mamelukes will go down without finding value, unfortunately. But the camels are still here. There's camels here as well, and Cavalier from Castle Droppers to finally clear this up. But so much idle time, and how many kills do we have, guys? So the remaining 10 camels have 13 eco.
Oof.
And it looks like they're just gonna get out as well.
And yet the vill difference is only around 10.
Castle does go down though. 3 petards are complete, but that's it. And we hit another bit of a quiet moment as Jaeger retreat his remaining camels. It does look like Drewster went for the double docks here, but the rest of the wall is missing to close this off. And
I'm really surprised we didn't see that prioritized sooner. And we see Darksane coming forward with Cav Archers kind of locking down that wide side with all the extra resources. So kind of looks like Castle Droppers are pinned in a little bit, but we have a lot of Camel Archers coming, and they deal a lot of damage versus
Bracers in for them. Ballistics is going to be in 6 seconds. So that's gonna be pretty devastating.
Though we got another push up the center with Trenig, has quite a few halbs on the field with some trebs, so essentially we'll start seeing some rage just into the front of Castle Droppers ecos.
Yeah, and these are fortified palisade walls, which will just get nuked by trebs, and so the Cav Archers are actually looping around to take advantage of that and coming in, and Ubi needs to evacuate her eco. Although Diffensik is here with the Camel Archers to defend her, but will lose all the villagers that did not have rooms either. And I think at that point, yeah, Darksane is just gonna go, alright, I got my raid in, time to go. In the meantime, Kustier and Halb's here from Trenig to engage the Camel Archers. Although it looks like they'll just retreat for now. They got the damage they were looking for. They can reset.
Nice double push from Islar and Drewster down in the south, kind of surrounding Nathan's Chicken News a little bit, but Nathan able to get those stone walls up just in time.
Yep.
Big
And
fortified wall.
trying to find a little corner. The Chukanu will probably ultimately go down, but Rocketry did just come in for them, which is going to be super helpful.
And he still has 20 Chukanu. Yeah, he's doing a great job. I think Caster Hoppers just need to let it be and just kind of pull him out from that corner before moving forward again.
And it looks like that's kind of what they're trying to do. They're splitting, and now actually the Camels will leave and the Cavalier will engage, which will be better against the Chukanu. Paladin.
Yeah, they have a little bit more. Yeah, they have more HP, and better Pierce Armor. Though they're not attacking. They got put on stand ground and they are just standing still.
I think they are. I think it just looks that way because they're in the corner.
Okay, maybe so.
Yeah, because the Chukanu are down. There's a couple extra, but of the original group that was outside the walls, only one is still alive.
And speaking of petards, it looks like we have Islar coming forward with a couple of petards, but he needs another one to go through fortified wall.
Yeah, and actually Great Wall is in, I believe, from... I'm pretty sure I saw that coming in from Nathan, so these walls will have even more HP. Yeah, Great Wall is in.
Yep, Great Wall is in.
And their Chukanu will just melt petards before they even get there. That is, unless Nathan pulls them away, but one petard will not be enough to attack Great Wall. Does do a fair amount of damage, but he'll need, I think, 4 to break this, and actually Nathan's even going to go ahead and break this one.
Yeah, in the center, Diffensix did a good job of defending against the Halbraids from Trenig. JP dropping a defensive castle, though that might get Treb down fairly quickly. Because Trenig does have a couple Trebs forward.
Yep, they are firing uphill and they are in range of that castle, so it depends on if Trenig is paying attention to that as the castle completes.
So they'll see a notice, and that's going to be some dead bills. Yep. That might be a doubt castle.
No, castle does go up.
Oh,
that was close.
Go up. And
that was what, 4 bills left, and the Trebs will pack up and move away. One camel here. Nope, Trebs should be dead. That camel here, I think that's it. Although the camel gets pulled away.
It looks like Trenig thought he might be able to take out that TC for...
Okay, no, he packs it, he unpacks it again. He's like, you know what, I can do this. No, I can. No, I can. No, I can't.
Maybe we're having some hotkey issues, maybe? Yeah. I don't know.
Silk armor coming in now, which will provide some additional pierce armor to these cav archers, and that's a fair amount of Custavier, and Drewster's actually going to retreat with the Paladin, which is a smart move because it allows the difference to come in and reinforce him. The camels, both the camel archers engage, which will do quite well against the cav archers. Diffensic just needs to make sure to try and keep his group of camel archers away from the spear, especially when they have their charge attack, as a random Treb kind of gets caught up in the fray and killed.
Army size heavily in favor of castle droppers. They've got close to 30 army advantage, and field numbers are equal. Doing some nice coordination here.
Yeah, no, they just have to make sure they stay clear of this castle. Imperial Camel Rider is on the way from Jaeger. And he has 46 camels. Where are those camels? Ah, they're waiting in the wings along with the Chuka. Actually though, the south is also being pressured. We've got more Paladin from Brewster here, along with a fair amount of Imperial Camel Riders from Islar. And Treb's working away at these castles, although one of them does go down here to, I think that was Nathan.
I think Nathan has 2 Trebs up on the hill, so firing at an advantage, though. It does look like Islar did get a bombard cannon to kind of help snipe some of those Trebs, though. Wow.
In the north,
Nathan has 30 vills repairing his 2 castles currently, so he is full selling to hold that position. Alright.
The question is, at what point do they push forward with this? Are they waiting for numbers? Do they think this is a fight they cannot take? Are they waiting to see the outcome of the north? Where actually the Paladin numbers from Brewster is gone, and it's now just the Camel Archers, which do good damage from the Custier, but especially with that charge attack that the Custier have, will also go down pretty quickly.
And the Halb's also getting bonus damage versus, so he has to be constantly microing his army to get the full value.
The Naristan coming in. maybe looking to provide some extra healing. Lets the monks heal multiple units as once, but kind of more castles being dropped in the center here by Trennick, really fortifying that position. And,
but still a bit of a stalemate. Oh, maybe a surround. Maybe we'll see a surround.
Big fight in the south here. Looks like all the camels from Islar went down.
But the advantage for FC Boomers is they're fighting underneath the castle fire.
Yeah, well that's what I'm saying. All the camels for Islar went down, all the Paladin are gone, and now the reinforcements are coming in from Islar, but all the Trebs will get sniped, and the Chukanu will also deal with the camels as they come back in.
You know, initially it looked like a great fight, but just the extra fire from the castles on the hill, and just doing a really good job of protecting those Chukanus. And just like that, FC Boomers has a 40 army lead. Alright, Juby slowly but surely has been rebooming, so after all the eco damage that she sustained, almost back to 100 vills. So the vill advantage is slightly in favor of castle droppers.
Look at this forward TC from Juby.
I know, it's been chilling there
the
whole time.
Just noticed that. I was like, wait a second, she's not on her team.
I know.
That's
no,
awesome.
taking advantage of, those forward vills that drop the castles.
Hey, might as well, right?
Taking Dark Saint's gold.
Not just gonna deny your resources, I'm gonna take them from you. Alright.
But a huge momentum swing. At this point now, FC Boomer has over 100 army more than castle droppers.
Yeah, and if you look at the south here, the armies have been pretty much cleared up, and Brewster and Isar are forced to kind of reset in a more defensive position, try to rebuild their armies while Nathan and Jaeger start moving forward.
And they're running out of gold, right? Like, all the extra golds are forward and to the side, and that's where the FC Boomers are located. Yeah, these are some massive armies. It's been a very slow build up for some massive fights here.
Yeah. Big fight in the center now as Trennick dives, looking to, I think, take out the Trebs and maybe clear up some of those Cav archers. Nice job from Diffensick finding a choke point there to put his camel archers in so that they're fighting under the castle fire and also making it basically impossible for Trennick to get a surround there, which could have been devastating. So Trennick is forced to retreat. He does manage to take out all the snipe all the Trebs. There we go, that's what I'm trying to say. So he will alleviate that pressure on his own castle, and his own Trebs will start working away on Juby's castle. I want to see... Oh no, Juby's monks went down. I don't know where the... And Juby will just build another C up here. Love it.
It's a super rude boom. Though it does look like in the south we have FC Boomer. Looks like they are about ready for a pretty major push. Got some Rams coming out again, once again.
We've been seeing a lot of Rams this set.
I know. I don't think I've seen so many Rams used in such a long time.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm gonna see tonight during community games is Rams.
Probably.
And it does look like we have maybe a forward castle coming forward for Darksaint, or he's just coming to try to secure that gold. Oh, that castle's gonna be denied by Drewster. That was a lot of CA.
Yep, and there's two Trebs here.
And that's such
there's more CA coming from the other side. That is a nice pinch. A bunch of these villages, possibly all those villages, go down. Oh yeah, that is
nice map awareness by the Darksaint, just coming forward to protect his vills. Kind of secure that position.
In the south, first castle's been trebbed down and the armies moving forward, and you see Drewster and Isar can't even really engage against things right now.
Yeah, I mean they have a decent sized army, but Nathan's and Jaeger's position is so much better. You know, you have the range advantage and the hill bonus.
Hey Trennick, how's it going? In the middle, also Juby's castle's been denied. Trennick keeps pushing forward. More kind of this slow forward group of castles. Another one here. And once this castle goes down, Juby has no more protection with the castle to the north of her being denied as well.
Yeah, Drewster's second attempt to place the foundation is denied. And Darksaint has Trebs out. Yeah, I kind of noticed that the hill-to-hill fight, that was, I mean, it is Hill 14, so
that is the name of the game.
With the advantage. Yeah, look at those Chukanu's firing. Whew. That was a lot of arrows in a very short amount of time.
Sure is. And this castle, just one castle after another going down. Castle in the south goes down. Castle here is about to go down. Hussar now up by different six.
And
still has some camel numbers. 42 camel archers still actually. He has a good number. They just bunched up so well that I thought he was out. But again, finding good choke points fights. But I think it's just not enough.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. You're gonna have to find choke points to be able to fight Turning's army, and with full map control by SC Boomers, they're just able to replenish much quicker.
Islar opting for the counter raid here though, takes out a TC with the camels and takes out a fair amount of Nathan's eco.
Ooh.
In the north, however, Trennick is in Kubi's base, and those Kustier will rip through all of this as well. And yeah, I like the addition of the Hussar as a meat shield for the camel archers to keep between them and.
Yeah, it just kind of adds a little bit more of a buffer to kind of throw in your cheap units so that your power unit can continue to attack.
Exactly, and it frees up your teammates who don't have to provide that anymore. So, and keep raiding. These camels are all over Nathan's eco. Now, well, all over Nathan's main eco. He has 2 more TCs on the outside here, and the army difference 100 rough as a couple of skirms here doing their best to deny this gold, but the Bills don't even.
Just a bit. Yeah, so I mean, nice counter raids by Islar, but they're just avoiding the inevitable with this massive push coming from Nathan and Haig.
And the push is in on the south, and the Rams are here, the Chupanoo are here, the Trebs are here, the heavy camels. In the center, Diffensik is still trying to keep Trennig at bay, but he's about to be hit in the flank. And actually, Dark Zane is coming back and clearing up these camels. So this forward rage will eventually go down. In the meantime, though, that's not even too big of a deal because you're still your army basically has no opposition though.
And that's a nasty unit composition with the Imperial Camel and Elite Chukanoo.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really rough for the Paladin to go up against.
Fighting uphill is annoying, yes. Fighting uphill versus ranging is even more annoying.
Yeah, and that's a lot. It's a lot. 41 elite camel archers. But the map control is there, right? Except for those like handful of Paladin, but again, there's 6 barracks here. More Halbs on the way. And I think that is the last camel going down. And the raids in the back have been cleared up by the FC Boom. And the push is on.
And just like that, 200 army.
Yeah.
Difference. Yeah, it really just swung to that one fight that they took underneath the castle fire. And they just, after that, they weren't able to maintain production.
Yeah, and
does look like Nathan is starting to trade a little bit, as is Islar, but
yeah,
they have corner to corner with.
We have markets being set up, but at this point also, I mean, you can see the raids actually created a advantage eco-wise in theory for castle droppers, but that also freed up FC Boomers to create more armies. And I think it's a matter of time at this point.
Yeah, there's not really much that can stop purple and orange. Good game though. I felt it was actually a really close game.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, it came down, I think, in this case, to this one fight down here. I think even if the petards had gotten to this wall and if there had been enough of them, if that hole had been punched through and the raids had gotten in early before Nathan had troops in numbers,
right?
You had an army of Paladin and camels that could have come in and wreak havoc. So.
Yeah, so just some small, slight little differences. But that's the way we kind of expect these games to go, right? Like, is everyone's experienced players, rusty or not? It's just it really boils down to just a matter of just overplaying strength.
Frankish castles.
Hey, we've got 1, 2, 3. Okay, so a few less than we maybe projected would be.
Were there any earlier that went down, or is?
I don't.
I don't remember
I don't
seeing any
remember him
more
having.
forward.
Yeah, I don't think he had any forward. I wonder if he let.
Well,
Um.
yeah, Tiffinsik has 4 castles up here, and so I kind of guess that kind of let him take that for the Camel Archer production. But yeah, there's.
And Darkseid's been playing a really good game on his flank. Like, just utilizing the Tadar Hill bonus and his mobility to take fights when he's wanting to.
Yeah, consistently finding raids, now denying trade.
Yeah, I ran up into it myself this tournament, and I had a hard time knowing how to counter it.
And now the Ram pushes in from the south on Tiffinsik. And look at this trail of reinforcements coming across the map.
It's a lot of purple.
It's a lot of purple. GG is called.
It is. Good game.
Good game.
Competitive games didn't quite go the way that Caster Rappers probably wanted, but I still feel like the windows were there. Just a few small moments each game.
For sure.
Especially game 2 and 3. Like, think back to Hunak, right? It's just that small little segment in the wall that allowed for the race to get in on Drewster. Like, they had a really good position up at that point. They were 20 vills ahead and equal army numbers, and then at that point, it's just weren't able to stabilize. And then this game, it was relatively close. Like, Tiffinsik was kind of holding well against Trendig. And just the army difference. They're just fighting under too much arrow fire.
Look at this. Darkseid with a cheeky 3.29 KD.
That is a nice KD.
But yeah, definitely close games, and I think a lot of players really utilizing their strengths. There saw some really nice team fights also being taken, and you could really tell that in those situations where the players were coordinating together, that those are the armies that tended to win and start a snowball that. And like even on Hunt Ekere, I understand that problem with the wall, because that's the problem I was running into, was like, I'm walled. Oh no, I'm not. Oh no, there's a gap. Oh, how do we deal with this? How can we close this? It's this tiny little gap, but there's more and more army coming in. How do we close it? Yeah. So that's not the only time you're gonna see a player having that issue. It's so annoying to deal with. And I mean, it's part of also what makes flank playing fun, that you have, or to me, is that you have this ridiculous chaos in these silly situations. We're like, guys, it's one tile. How much damage could it possibly cause, right?
I know. Like, surely. All
right.
Good set. Good first round. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, excited to see how further matches go for these teams, and also to see if they adapt their strategies if they play these maps again in later sets. I think we'll see some of these at least. But yeah.
Excellent. Well played first round to SC Boomers.
Let me go. Yeah, really solid. That concludes the first set for tonight. We are going to go ahead and I think take about a 10 break.
Somewhere between 5 and 10 sounds good to me.
So at 11:20 p.m. for me.
Okay.
I'll put on some tunes for you guys, and yeah, we'll be back then for the next set, which will be corner checker versus outpost rush. So be prepared to see forward outposts and corner.
Excellent. All right, well, I'll step out. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yep. Right. Are back. Back again. Yeah. Ready for the next set? Uh, Outpost rushers versus corner checkers. Um,
Yeah, I think it should be a good set. Well, I know
yeah,
it
I was
will be
gonna
a
say
decent set.
it's a solid set because we can say this because this was I was in one of these teams and Southpaw was in the other, so caster bias should be balanced. But this is
Should we
my
call this
stream, so I will
the?
kick Southpaw out if he says anything I don't like. What?
No, hate it. Wait, but I have mod powers, so does that mean I can cast you out? Oh wait,
Ooh, interesting. You can kick out any chatters who say things you don't like.
that's fair. So this is the Clash of the Casters then.
Yeah. I am curious to see if anyone completes a bingo tonight because I know some of these maps had some stuff that is on those sheets that we didn't get the first day. So keep an eye out for that. I will try to ping the stuff when I notice it or remember it. I don't actually remember
We
what all's on the bingo
did.
sheets.
We did have 2 sheep killed in the last set,
Ooh,
so I don't know if
yeah.
anyone caught that one.
Had that. We had a scout killed by a TC. We've
Uh,
had Paladin. We've had unique units, Imperial Age, Imperial unique techs. Didn't see
I
the big
think
group of monks. I was expecting trying to go monks, or at least throw in a group of monks at least one of those maps.
to be fair, they are a little bit harder to go during
Yes.
team
Oh,
games.
for sure, for sure. So I don't blame him. Uh, but I was still a bit surprised. All right. I have the first game. Actually, you know what? We have a Civ draft for this, or map draft.
Oh,
So we're gonna hop over there real quick. So here is the map draft for corner checkers versus outpost rushers. Now I will say that I want to say Grandbara and Hillforts were both actually randomly rolled in this map draft
they
because
were.
either team took too long on at least one uh in at least one place to pick the map, which is kind of funny because Grandbara is definitely one of the maps I wanted banned out. Uh, but Desert Slope was also our first pick, so when you guys picked it, we still essentially felt like we had two home maps, so it was fine.
Nice.
But yeah, so as you can see, Hun Arake is going to be the first or the neutral map that we're going to be starting on, and yeah, I think this is the map that both Paxslayer and I said we had practiced the least and we're not entirely comfortable playing on, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
All right, I'm at second 8.
Okay, let me catch up to that real quick. Okay, and let me swap my overlay. And 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So take us through your team.
Take me through a team.
Yeah.
Well,
Who is your team?
starting in the north, we have this blue player named Southpaw. He's probably the weakest link of the team. Hardly ever practices. I think he does mostly like administrative type stuff for the tournament. You know, answering
No.
questions.
Bit of a nerd, you
So
say?
yeah, bit of a nerd, but not, doesn't practice a whole lot.
Okay. Okay.
uh, well, half of that is true. Being the first of the day, cold, haven't played any games, and dealing with questions and stuff. But I'm getting all my excuses out ahead of time.
Yeah. Fair enough.
But echoing what may happen in the set. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should highlight the other teams so you can highlight. I'll start on the other side. Fletcher, player in the red, almost always plays red. That's his favorite color.
Yeah. What a
And
jerk. Who would take red from me? Uncool. All right,
and
no.
y'all were on the same team. Which is pretty
We
funny.
were, and there was actually one or two. The way it played out, though, I always had orange was like on these set maps. I needed to take orange because we're like, I actually want the south flank, and Fletcher wants the north. But he was kind enough on a couple games where flanks didn't matter. He was like, you know what, you can take red. So shout out to
Oh, what a
Fletcher
guy! What a
for
guy!
giving me red every now and then.
All right, so Fletcher, team player,
Yeah,
willing to give up colors for
yeah.
his team. Yeah, that's great. As we have Sir Wazzle laming his own teammate, stealing a little goat there.
Fletcher,
Maybe that's
team
the
player. Sir
first name.
Wazzle, anti-team player. Hey, laming is allowed this tournament, and there is no specification on who.
But yeah, Fletcher probably one of the most, probably the most well-rounded player in our tournament. able to play late game, able to play feudal, very adaptable to both pocket and flank play. Playing as the Bengalis, so gains an extra 2 vills every time you advance age per TC. So I'm curious to see what type of play we've got from him. Then we got Sir Wazzle playing as Fletcher's Pocket. Words. Known for loving laming, including his own teammates, as we see with
as
with
recently discovered.
it's a great talking point. If I was gonna talk about lame, I don't actually think he does a whole lot of laming this tournament.
No.
But because of his track record, people were afraid of it, which I think actually lends that to his favor.
Right, because that can be enough, right? All you need to do is make them worry about it, and that's already forcing a reaction without you having to do anything.
Yeah, people might play slightly different, expecting a lame that never comes. So playing as the Romans, so I expect to see potentially like an infantry siege push from him. We already talked a little bit about the Romans with the 5% faster working bills, so strong economy, so expect to see some nice boom from him. And then playing as the other pocket, Pack Slayer, player who was in the castle bracket last year but has been playing a lot over the course of the past year and was highly motivated for this tournament. Saw him on quite a bit practicing. So I'm excited to see the level that he brings to this tournament. Player who does not enjoy early aggression, prefers to boom up to a strong economy and then play the late game, which with his positioning, expect that we'll see. Playing as the Persians, so most likely we'll see Knight play from him. And in the south, the player in the orange, this Ender guy. Sick player, man. I mean, taking a boar and the goat at the same time takes a lot of microing skills.
That's right.
I'm thoroughly impressed with this guy. And look at that wood line. Whew. Evenly distributed villagers working, 2 on each side.
I would like to also point out the wonderfully half-built wall, just to keep the enemy concerned that I will build a wall without actually having to invest the full resources of an entire wall.
I know this is like a mastermind masterclass player here, and on water early. I think actually one of the first players on water as well. You were playing as the Saracens, so maybe going archers with the attack bonus potentially versus buildings. Or maybe planning on abusing a scout, or abusing the market, as we see a nice little scout fight. Definitely looks like it is in favor of outpost rushers at this point.
Yep. Well,
Though Killicow does do a really good job of securing the hill, and I think I'll turn it over to you to discuss these players.
Yeah, so Killicow comes away clean from that engagement. Still 1 HP disadvantage, but enough that Paxer decides to disengage. And Killicow working on his own wall, playing in the south as the Byzantines. We've seen this before, and once again, I expect a more defensive approach here. Killicow, also a long-standing player of our community. Also, not usually as aggressive in the early ages, but in this case, with Byzantines, has a good chance to wall himself off, boom up, and then keep going from there. In his pocket, Gilgalad as the Goths. Now, is Gilgalad a changed player name? Because I don't actually recognize it.
So he was in the castle bracket last year, so similar to Pact Slayer. Mm-hmm. But a decent amount of playtime over the past year, has kind of improved quite a bit over the past years. Played a long time ago, hadn't played along for a good while in between, and then has recently got back into the game. Mm-hmm. But yeah, showed some good improvement over the years and was able to secure a spot into the Imperial bracket.
Sweet. And yeah, Goths is an interesting choice. Definitely, if you manage to boom up and get that infantry spam going, that can be absolutely devastating just because the flood is so hard to stop. So we'll keep an eye on that. In the second pocket, Puddles playing as the Lithuanians. Puddles has been in and out throughout tournaments, but also been in part because he was taking on more administrative tasks, helping to coordinate the tournament and keep things running smoothly. Is playing this year on Team Corner Checkers, and Lithuanians are going to you know, if especially as we mentioned before, there's a lot of relics on this map, so he should be able to get himself that full +4 bonus and have a pretty strong cavalry approach. And it looks like he's also helping out with the walls in the north, together with Southpaw playing as a Tatars. Southpaw, you may have heard of him before. I think he hosts a tournament somewhere, like some sort of community tournament.
Oh yeah? Oh nice.
Yeah, I hear it's cast on Twitch sometimes, and on occasion, when the casters remember, even the videos are exported to YouTube. So it's a pretty big tournament. It's a big deal. I
Nice.
expect great fame and fortune from that any day now. Yeah, so full walls in the north from Team Corner Checkers, and in the south, partial walls that were given up on in the south by outpost rushers, but supplemented with outposts because it's in the name and therefore it is required.
Fair enough, fair enough. So something we missed earlier, Puddles did lose a Vil to the Boar. So as he was coming forward with his Vil to dock, he lost the Vil, so at a slight disadvantage across the pond from Paxlayer, who is already on the way up to Castle Age. So just a straight
Well,
fast castle from him.
a loss for Puddles, but a win for the bingo sheets.
Hey, there you go, there you go.
Since
And also the Southpaw guy killed 2 sheep, as you can see underneath the TC. So, you know,
some light engagements happening in the north, though. Southpaw probably busy microing those archers against the scouts and archers from Fletcher and Wazelle. While in the south, we just have a bit of a standoff at the moment. But looks like there's some feudal action. Fletcher will pull his fire galley well. Now the advantage of Bengali fire galleys, obviously, is that they heal up slowly, but they do heal up. So Fletcher can take these fights, pull his galley away if he needs to, let it heal up and bring it back, which can be quite helpful. And with that, he should also win the war against Puddle's fire galleys in the north. Just with that extra little heal, he should always have a little bit more HP to be able to win that and push Puddles off of water.
Yes.
If you're seeing a lot of 14s in chat, we had 1 or 2 pauses due to some
only 1 or
administrative
2.
issues. I think only 1 or 2 this game.
second game we had definitely a lot more pauses, but that's such as the nature of the way things played out.
And the convenient thing about recordings is it just skips right over that as we see Paxlayer go boom, 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 quadruple TC, not even bothering to delete one of his 4 TCs, but sticking with all 4 of them from the get-go.
I was about to say, I was curious if part of his play was to delete his starting TC as part of the play, but it doesn't look like he went that route this time. But I suspect we're going to see quite a large Vil lead from him, as Puddles is still in the feudal age as the counter pocket. Gilgalad opted to go for some scouts from his position, so maybe he can get some nice raids in on potentially Ender or Paxlayer.
Yeah, it looks like they got past the walls. There's some spears in the south for Ender, but the scouts will run north and make their way towards Paxlayer, although they are just kind of hanging out in that little pocket of forest for them.
Alright, we got Southpaw coming forward. I'm coming forward again because Fletcher is not walled, so potential damage there. Oh, decided against it. Not sure
Decided
what I was
for it
thinking.
again.
Probably not thinking, you know.
And again, oh, this is the same map generation. I forget we had the same. I was like, again, we have the golden O. Ooh, these archers, though, pushing Fletcher off of gold and potentially finding some damage. That's a lot of archers.
Oh, but some great shots. Missing 1. I got 1 Vil, 2 Vils, but completely clears Fletcher off of the woodline and gold. But combination of scouts and archers from Fletcher and Mr. Wazzle might be able to push that off. It looks like Giggle in on Paxlayer's base, just doing some raids, but Paxlayer with those TCs up is going to probably be able to minimize the damage taken at this point.
In the south, we have a couple spears and a little bit of water pressure. Now, Kalikal is doing a good job clearing up all the fishing eco from Ender here, and will presumably push him off of water.
Yeah, so nice little fire ship stack from Puddles, hiding in between the docks to do the extra to minimize the damage taken from Fletcher's fire galleys. But at the same time, Fletcher's up to Castle Age, while Puddles, the pocket, is still nowhere not quite up yet. So, like we were saying earlier, we're starting to see the Ville advantage climb for the outpost rushers. Already 6 ahead.
Scouts from Gilgalad still running around, finding some scouting, and actually picking a Ville from Moselle, so still being annoying. However, in the south, Ender is now simply just opting to stonewall off a little bit further back. Still has a big gap there, but at least to the north towards his teammate is now closed off. Looks like, however, Puddles has now gotten the advantage on water and is pushing Fletcher off. So water control now pretty much in favor of Team Corner Checkers.
Yeah, army difference slightly in favor of corner checkers. However, they do have the civilization or the age advantage, as 3 of the 4 players are in castle.
Yeah, and Fletcher moving forward with crossbows now. Southpaw forced to retreat because he's still only on archers and 2 minutes away from castle age. So we'll see. This gate might actually go down to those crossbows if Fletcher opts for that. Okay. House walls reinforcing the palisades in the north, but yeah, this gate is going to go down. Nice blacksmith there to delay that further. However, that bill is going to go down. And I think this blacksmith might go down. It's 140. Actually, the scouts are working away on the house beside it instead. Which, I mean, will also go down. So
very happy that they went on the house rather than the blacksmith.
Alright, they do change their mind. They realize, wait a second, this blacksmith is barely built. And the raids are in.
Yeah, and those Sir Wazzle already has +2 on his scouts and knights, so definitely a lot tankier. It's gonna be quite hard for those archers to take out all that HP with the extra armor. On the south, a whole lot is not happening.
Yep.
It does look like Kelly Cow was able to secure the south water, and looks like it's taking Ender off of water completely, but a lot of damage being done currently to Southpaw.
Crossbows in, yeah, the wood line is being found. Now, the archers are taking on the scouts, which is a good start. The gold is being evacuated now, however. And all in all, just due to the numbers, the archers are actually able to kind of deal with this. Crossbow and Bodkin is in now, though, and even with the losses taken from those initial fights, Southpaw should be able to push this away. As Wazel looks for additional damage against Puddles potentially. But the army position is no.
Yeah, and we've got the Elephant Archer swap from Fletcher, so it'll be quite difficult for the crossbows of Southpaw to deal too much damage to the Elephant Archers, as Elephant Archers have high pierce armor and a lot of HP.
Nice engagement here, though, microing down all those crossbows from Fletcher. And these should be completely cleared up, and with that, the raids are cleared up in both bases for the moment. Still a bit of an Elephant Archer versus Fireship battle going on here. But other than that, a little bit of a calm. Actually, as I say that, there's one knight fighting a spear and 7 villagers. And we'll get 1 vill kill, almost a second. But, that's that.
Yeah, but Paxlayer is at 97 vills, while the rest of the board is at between 50 and 60. So having a really nice 4TC boom, untouched for most of the game, and on the way to the Imperial Age.
Oof. 26 minutes. That's a sub 30-minute Imperial Age.
Hey, I really like that the little sneaky opening you got down there in the south.
Yeah, that's pretty great, isn't it?
Right by your wood line.
Actually, I don't think there's an opening there yet. I'm not sure. Is there one?
Well, if you have the small trees mod, you would be able to see that there is actually an opening there.
Well, there is an opening. I thought I overchopped there at some point, but there is an opening, I guess. And we're back to the one-tile conversation, folks. Look at this beautiful stone wall. Look at this beautiful stone wall. If only there wasn't a gap. However, there are an amount of crossbows being set up now, triple ranges from Ender. So maybe he'll be able to at least deal with the raids once they come in. As mostly upgrades are coming in on all sides, people are booming, TC's being dropped.
Yeah, and
coastline's being harassed. But it's a call.
And a 40 vill advantage for outpost checkers. So army advantage still in favor of corner checkers, but as quite a large vill advantage at this point in the game.
Yeah, but nice amount. Looks like Kilika is gonna take that water control that he has and go for full fish boom here. He got 4 third and fourth docks coming up, 8 fishing ships out. Actually no more queued for the moment though, so maybe just prepping for water fight later. Imperial Age on the way. Imperial Age in for Axlayer. And Cavalier immediately queued.
Yeah, so it looks like we might see Savar in this matchup. We saw them earlier, I think in the last Hanakare game between Castle Rappers and SC Boomers, and Savar did quite well versus the War Wagons, and I think it was just on the south side that they lost their advantage on. Alright, so we've got Sir Wazzle dropping 2 Siege Workshops, so most likely we'll be seeing Scorpions. The Romans, their Scorpions fire faster and their minimum range is reduced. And they have the ability to get ballistics for their Scorpions, which makes them for a very strong combination.
In the meantime, though, Cav Archer raid coming in from Southpaw, and there's not enough knights here really to defend, and no Scorpion numbers yet either. So might be able to potentially find some damage. Savar now coming in for Paxlayer though, 2 minutes away.
And +4.
And +4.
And he already has 7 on the field. And so I think the combination of Savar plus, you know, Elephant Archer, that's going to be a bit difficult for...
So, that's a tanky comp. Defensive Castle going up in the north for Gil-galad. And more Cav Archers on the way. Defensive Castle being dropped by Paxlayer at the front of Ender's base to help defend the south. And looks like Puddles is starting to collect relics. Which is
so we're gonna see... Yeah, we're going to see what the +1 on each relic up to 4 on his knights. Quite a strong unit composition there.
Yeah, eco count is kind of evening out. I mean, well, okay, still a bit off, but down to 30 vills. So actually the gap closing a little bit. And that's, I think, mostly due to Ender in the south finally getting his 3rd TC up. But
ooh, and we do see Fletcher going for some monks, so he's got 3 on the board. So I think we needed, what, 5 for the bingo? So
we need 5. There's 3.
Maybe.
No more being queued at the moment, and just 1 here from different players.
Yeah, and we've got, it looks like Paxlayer dropped a Fort Castle in front of Ender's base to kind of help protect him a little bit more.
Yep. Defensive castle as well from Kyle, and it looks like Puddles is stretching out to the north. Both a TC and another monastery to collect these relics in the north and get himself that full bonus.
Yeah, we're starting to see the difference between Gil-galad's boom versus the Persians. Persians TCs work faster, and having 4 TCs early on, as well as not going scouts. So Gil-galad was just a little bit delayed in his boom, but is almost up to 100 vills, and on the way to Imperial Age.
Yeah, in the meantime we kind of have a standoff between this massive Cav Archers and the group of Elephant Archers. Anarchy coming in though. Imperial Age looks like Gil-galad is getting ready for the spam as we have demos patrolling the North Shallows from Puddles. I like it. I expected to see a lot more demos on these maps than we have so far. Hand cannons in Killikal in the south.
Curious how many demos we're gonna see.
I gotta say, I'm not entirely sure why Kyle opted for hand cannons in teams against Saracens.
Not sure. I mean, it's just a high DPS.
That is true.
And
they do solid damage,
like
and
we're gonna have a bit of a sandwich on the Cav Archers up in the north.
Yep, Savar coming in, big demo, but the Savar are tanky, so they take. It's a good. It connects well, but
damage.
Well, it did 300 damage, I think. So the damage number is fine. It's just Savar tanky. so unfortunately it doesn't achieve much.
Yep, and that building is melting very quickly. And I foresee there's going to be a lot of purple inside of blue space very quickly.
Yep, the Savar
and the quick wall did not get up in time.
36 Savar.
With 22 more queued up. That is a scary army.
Yep. And Southpaw is on full damage control mode. Now, fortunately, Gil-galad is here with 8 barracks that are already starting to output pikemen.
But no halberdier.
No
so
halberdier.
As far as still going to trade relatively effective versus that composition.
Yep. I do like the choice to try and draw the Savaran under the castle for that extra bonus. Perfusion now coming in for the Goths as well. But yeah, I think right now Gil-galad really needs Hald to come in and deal, because those will deal quite well with, or reasonably well with the Savar. They'll be able to help against the Elephant Archers significantly. Really strong counter unit, but now the Roman infantry and siege is coming in. And that is something that Hal will struggle with. Another wave of Savar on the way as well.
Yeah, it was just a very nice, strong triple combo punch, just all at the same time. In the south, Andrew doing a good job just kind of controlling it and keeping Killikal pinned down, so he can't really help assist too much and can't push in to do any damage.
Droman's on the way though from Killikyle, so he's got some ideas of his own about the south and maybe wants to push. And those Dromans can't range the castle, but I think they can at least range the walls and create an opening. In the north, however, these armies running wild. Hald is now in for Gil-galad, which is great. That's going to help a lot in the fights. Now it's a matter of catching up to these different armies. Kyle is helping in the north as well. Got some camels up there. And is looking to just control the north. In the south, we got a push of crossbows moving forward at the moment.
Are we going to see some Droman shots?
We might see some big Droman shots.
Oh!
They miss.
Wow, what a shot. Oh, that is
6
a
Dromans.
lot of Dromans, though.
That is 6 Dromans. The crossbows are running for their lives.
Man, this guy is such a micro nerd. Getting away with all of them. Oh.
Big shot. Ooh. Close, but now stuck between a castle and 6 Dromans. Camels coming in, and I think this crossbow world is not long for this world.
I was about to say, I don't think we're going to see very many crossbows left in a second. But the Savar do come in to help kind of clear up against the Dromans.
They sure do, and they'll do just fine against them.
Some nice little micro there. I mean, kind of got out of there mostly not alive. But it doesn't really matter at this point, though, because up in the north, it is not looking pretty.
Yep, the Legionnaires.
There's more yellow. There's more yellow on this side of the map than there is blue at this point in the game. Yeah, I felt like this game is actually relatively close up until the point when the Savar showed up. So it was just a really nice, patient build-up with the Savar, and the timing was just good timing.
Yep. Yeah, I mean it was an incredibly fast boom to imp for TCs, and then just immediately outputting those Savar like crazy.
Goth player, so Gil-galad is doing a good job of keeping unit production up, but at this point, having the Roman Legionnaires are just shredding any Halbs that are coming forward at this point. And so the Halbs can't get good engagements on the Elephant Archers or Savar.
Yeah, and we have a couple of Knights and Ladies here that are about to be Cavalier, but the numbers just aren't there. They do have the full +4 bonus for the Lithuanians, which is gonna help in these trades, but still gonna be rough. In the south now, we have Knights working away on these docks, and Savar running forward as well.
Yeah, so quite a large army advantage, you know, 74 to 211. This game is pretty much over. I do know our team did play on a little bit just because we wanted to discuss a little bit of strategy and think things through a little bit outside of the lobby. Just to help kind of gather our wits about us a little bit. But well played by Pro Rushers. I think just protecting the safe boom with the power unit. Also really well played.
We have Elite Elephant Archer, we have Galleon coming in, Ender's going back to water. But yeah, look, the Savara just taking down at this point.
8 Pierce armor.
Pikes.
They are a nasty unit to have show up out of the blue. Yeah, I think looking back at this game, we didn't have Puddles go scouts. And if he had built scouts, we would have been able to do a lot of pressure on Fletcher and Wazzle, because Fletcher had not walled. And so we could do damage there and potentially push into Wazzle's and Paxlayer's base. I think would have given us much better advantage than we had. Because I think I had the archer advantage over Fletcher most of the game, but because of the combination with the scouts from Sir Wazzle, I just couldn't take a good, safe fight. Yeah, I'd be curious to see how that played out if we had played it that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Massive army from Killical in the south, though.
I hope nothing bad happens to them.
That would be quite sad. Sounds like you have a bit of an idea of what might happen.
Not at all. No, look, it's just a couple of galleons and 30 armors.
You know.
What could possibly happen?
Oh, man. Yeah. Well, kind of like we said earlier, just kind of a little bit of just delaying the inevitable. Spending just more time just talking about strategy, and at this point in the game, like, you guys probably knew that y'all had won this game.
I honestly didn't. I was so focused down here on what I was trying to do. I saw like blinking in the north, and I was like, all right, they're pushing. But I didn't know, like, are we winning? Is this close? I don't know. And
it's amazing with like this game. It's so easy to get tunnel vision, where you just get so locked in on, oh, I gotta do this, and then you're not paying attention to the rest of the game. And I think that's something I personally feel like I want to improve on. It's just being more aware of like the mini map and what's going on. I think that's a good step for those of us who know how to play at a higher level. I feel like that's just another step to increase that. All right, we got the army moving out from Killical down the south. I'm gonna run into quite a nice Arb mass there. Some nice little micro there. And do we see any? No demos queued up yet. I'm quite disappointed. You need to do better next time.
yeah, that's on me. I was busy watching. Oh, how many tons is? Yeah,
Is that the one that gives charge? I think that's the one that gives charge attack, right? To
the not the legionaries, the centurions.
It is, yeah, it is legionary, centurions, and knight line.
No. I think with that, every player on Outpost Rushers has got is or has gotten their imp upgrade.
I think so.
Their imp,
you do not have your castle tech there.
Nope, I do not have my castle tech.
And neither does Paxlayer.
Yeah, most of us don't. Wazelle does not either. Drummonds! And demos queued up, boys.
About time. There we go.
Ooh, Arbs are gonna get smacked by those.
Those are some nice Drummond shots.
Here come the demos.
Ooh. Oh yeah.
More demos.
Oh yeah.
More demos. Run, Drummonds, run! There goes a chunk of camels.
Oh. I would like to see one more Drummond shot on those Arbs. Oh.
Big. More demos!
Yes, yes!
Next
That's the most
wave,
exciting.
and... Boom. And... Boom.
Beautiful, beautiful. Do Saracens get heavy demo?
Yes, they do.
Alright, so the GG should be called here any minute, I think. Killy Kyle with the only one that has a semi-decent position left on the map.
Hey, look
But
how
after
many
all those
demos
demo
coming in.
shots, hey, just think how many more units you've been able
That's
to
right.
kill with the heavy demos.
Heavy demo into GG. Let's go. Saw that, we're like, nope. And
Resign.
we have Persian war elephants on the field.
Yeah.
Look at
All
this
one
go.
of them.
Yeah.
Now that's a flex play right there.
He's like, I'm gonna take out this fire ship with an elephant just to show you that I can.
Oh man.
Yeah. That is game 1. And
What a game.
that is when I
What a game.
decided, wow, I actually like Hunter RK a lot.
That is pretty funny.
Right. Statistics. Oh yeah, wait. 200 Savar. 200 Savar.
That is a lot of Savar.
Wild, yeah. Pack Slayer with a phenomenal eco. Although Fletcher actually
Now,
takes the KD.
I will say, I did have the Vilhai over you by 1, so it was a successful game in my opinion.
If my Vil standard is the one you're trying to beat, then you're setting a low bar. Max fishing ships, 8 goes to Killy Kyle. 5 trade units. 2 different.
Fascinating.
Alright, well, that's game 1, which was on, hold on.
Ooh.
Yes, and overlay. Okay, going to check his outpost, hunt. Outpost. Confusing because the colors in the draft are swapped from what the colors are in.
I know.
Oh no, wait, no they aren't. That actually works. Cool.
Uh,
Yeah, because you guys had evens.
that is fair. Well, I am loaded into the next game. I believe is what, Desert Slope again.
Next game is Desert Slope, so now we'll see your strat play out. And our strat
no,
play
we won't.
What?
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about
Fair
it.
enough. Fair enough. So, yeah, as mentioned, next map pick is Corner Checkers, who picked Desert Slope.
So I am 5 seconds in, by the way.
Cool. I am loading. Housed.
Ooh, rough start.
Okay, 1, 5. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Nobody should be housed. The game is on 5. Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Desert Slope again. So I'll talk about your team composition again. We're actually seeing Mongols again, similar to the last set from I believe it's Paxlayer who's playing as Mongols. Oh wait, no, Fletcher. Fletcher is playing as Mongols. Yeah, so hoping probably to utilize that hunt in the center. And then Sarwazo going as the Franks. So maybe thinking to capitalize on the faster berries to help boost the economy. Because one thing I think we forgot to talk about on this map is you only have 4 sheep and 1 boar. So you don't have a second boar, and you don't have your other 4 sheep anywhere close by. So you have to either push deer from the center or take villagers out to get that extra food. So that's where the Franks come in handy. It was actually a consideration. We did actually choose it. Just to kind of help with that early eco a little bit more. Paxlayer playing as the Kumans, so potentially seeing a 2TC boom. Could be quite strong on this map. Maybe placing a TC down on the bottom to secure all that hunt, or maybe up top. And then on the other flank, we've got Ender playing as the Bulgarians. This was actually a very interesting pick from you guys. In retrospect, I think were you thinking kind of doing a little bit of a rush because of the free upgrade
Yep.
from militia to men at arms, so able to get a little bit of damage in
Yep, that was pretty much it.
on that side.
I looked at this, I practiced this in different saves, and I was like, you know what? The Bulgarians being able to drush with the free upgrade is super helpful, because then I can arrive in Feudal Age and just actually do damage. Yeah. Then on the other team, we have Southpaw as the Celts. I believe one of the main reasons for picking Celts here is the 15% faster wood chopping bonus that the Celts get. As you mentioned previously, you guys were kind of looking at outside map control and getting to those stones and maybe penning in the enemy a bit. And so having the faster wood cutting is definitely going to be helpful for that.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think you may not see it fully in this game, but you will see it in maybe the next round. A little bit more of the development of that strat. But I'll let you finish up, Sibs, and then we'll talk about strategy a little bit more.
Yep. Then we have Teuton's Puddles. Now Teuton's one of the economic bonuses that might really come in handy here is the cheaper farms. Especially that provides an alternative to pushing deer or going to the center is you can drop those farms earlier because they're significantly cheaper. You can do that without disrupting your eco as much and kind of boom on your little hill without needing to move too far. Gilgalad as a Franks, I would agree with the reasoning there. I think one of the really strong advantages of the Franks here is the faster berry picking bonus. With all the berries in the center, there's a lot of potential to take advantage of that and keep your food eco rolling well. And then on the other flank, we have Kilikal as the Armenians. And here, Armenians, one of the big bonuses, obviously, is the mule cart, which both allows you to kind of cut through to the outside faster because you can keep moving up that mule cart with you, keep your eco more efficient. The other option, obviously, is that you can go to the center with the mule cart and move it around to take the hunt. And I believe, does it work for the shorefish as well, or do you need a mill for that? I know you need a mill for the berries, pretty sure.
I believe you need a mill for the shorefish as well. I could be wrong. But yeah, you kind of touched on it a little bit. So at least my team's plan was to utilize the faster cutting to get to the outside of the map to kind of lock down the outside and wall in our opponents. And because of all the extra gold and wood and stone that was on the outside, we had tested it quite a few times. So something about this map that you'll see is the thinnest the wood line is 4 trees, and something as we're watching is unfortunate is Kilikal ended up chopping it to 5 wood to start off with, and the same for my position as well. I did not have any good 4 tree slots to cut through quickly, which kind of negated our entire bonus to cut through at a quicker pace. So
yeah.
I'm still a little bit salty about it, but that's okay.
Well,
it didn't really end up dictating the entire results of the map.
You know what I'm salty about? I had planned. I was like, I'm gonna build my barracks down here because then my drush can run around in the bottom here and take out the Hun and snipe any vills are there. And then I went forward and scouted and I was like, I have Southpaw on my flank. Southpaw's going to cut to the outside. He's not going to go to the middle. I should have built my barracks forward instead of down in the center. This is going to be really annoying.
All part of the plan.
All part of the plan. But as you can see, our team's strategy was heavy on going to the center as all 4 players are there. And again, each player playing with their strengths. Mongols heavy on the hunt. Franks leaning more on the berries, although going to hunt and fish now as well, that they've picked up the immediate ones. And Pack Slayer, I believe.
Looks like he's about to drop a TC soon, yeah?
Yep.
And entered on the way up, and it does. Have you queued up any? You haven't queued up any militia yet, but I expect to see that soon. And then my team strategy was just to kind of full wall and go fast castle.
And you can see those walls starting to come out.
The little bit of the differences One thing that was interesting about this game is we did have a really long pause in it, which I think kind of affected most of the players a little bit. But we'll see which team compensated better for the break
Yep.
versus the other.
And you can see Militia are not being queued up. Puddle Scout does run past that and potentially see the flags in the barracks. I don't know if he noticed that, paid attention, or passed that on. But we do see the Feudal TC coming down now for Pack Slayer. And a bit of a scout fight here, actually. Fletcher has a few scouts on the field, and I think has a good chance of taking out Gilgal at scout.
Yeah, so some nice early pressure coming up the hill. Nice coordination with Sir Wazzle to get that damage on Gilgalad's base. So Gilgalad taken off of gold, which is kind of a pivotal time because we're trying to go fast castle. So he's going to be short on the gold side. Ooh, look at those mining camps from Gilgalad. I've refrained from doing it, but this is like the third time I've seen it.
He likes him right beside. In the other
Boys and
side,
girls,
though,
it's good to have a one tile gap. It's way
the
more efficient.
Men-at-Arms are on their way forward to complete their attempt at rushing.
And we talked about it last game. Cracked terrain. Houses are going to be weaker than they normally would be. And so you're already seeing the HP climb down even just with one scout. And just like that, HP is going down really quickly. I was very peeved at this point because I was on the way up to castle and I was already confused why it was taking so long to cut through. And then you get through with this little raid. It's like throwing everything off.
And that was the plan all along. Cause chaos.
It was supposed to be a nice quiet game.
Oh,
No, it was not a nice
I
quiet
don't like
game.
nice quiet
You made
games.
it
Second
anything
row
not,
being
and like,
pulled here, but arrives just too late, and the Men-at-Arms are in.
and getting some nice damage. I think you get this Phil snipe.
Yep.
And I decide to try to wall you back in. I had grand ideas for a sweet trap, but I sadly don't think I have the skill level for it.
But there's one thing you didn't count on. That's only a house foundation.
And there went 25 wood.
Yep.
And with that, like, I wasn't able to prioritize cutting out to the outside anymore because I was busy trying to micro and kill your army. And at the same time, Puddles is under a bit of duress as well. Both Wazzle and Fletcher in with 5 scouts on Puddles Eco.
Oh.
Not really sure where they got through. It seemed like when we played this game, there were just holes everywhere on all of our maps.
There are holes everywhere. Now, unfortunately, a lot of this structure has actually gone down to the TC. 1 Man-at-Arms and the Scout now remaining. But yeah, some damage has been done. I was happy with that. And Scouts are in here on the wood line on Puddles, idling him. He does bring out a spear, so the Scouts will go ahead and retreat. But several players now on the way up to Castle Age from both teams. And the Scout and Men-at-Arms are still here, and, you know, more villagers being pulled to deal with that.
Yeah, and Fletcher's still being annoying with those scouts in the back of Puddle's base.
Yeah, finds a Vil snipe on the gold.
And once again, allowing Paxler to have a nice, free, quiet boom. So, with the Kumans having 2 town centers in Feudal Age, I believe it is the most powerful boom in the game. Able to get that economy up and rolling faster than any other civilization.
And here's that confirmation that that is the woodland that you're trying to chop through.
Yep. So, was that also another thing I was quite annoyed at? Was that you got your scout to see that wood line, and you're about 20 wood off by the time I get through.
Yep. As you can see, I have 15 remaining, and I know chop, chop, chop. None of the other players from our team actually even close, as
Wazzle is actually relatively close. He is one tree away, but he does move his wood line. So I don't know if it was just he was afraid that he was going to get pressured, or he just wanted a better wood line. I'm not really sure what the rationale was behind that.
Yep, but several players out here, and the stone walls are coming up.
And Fletcher is almost through as well, about the same time as Killy Cow. Yeah, the Stone Walls was a great play.
Gilgalad is through.
Ooh, we have a lion.
It's a lion!
Do you have Loom at this point?
I did.
You did.
I got Lumen on before Feudal.
Yeah, but look at this. Pack Slayer is at 50 vils, where the next highest is 31.
Yeah.
Or 33 from
And Step
Fletcher,
Lancer
so-
is now coming out from Fletcher, and he's gonna be annoying because those Step Lancers will take down Palisades in a hurry. Second layer being added here.
Yeah, and this is something we saw in the first game too. I think Step Lancers were the go-to unit choice for the Mongol player as well. Extra range, you can kind of shred through walls, and with a single layer of walls, you can even snipe fills that are trying to repair.
Speaking of walls, guess what? There's a hole in this cluster of trees here, and there's a Vil that got through.
There's always a hole.
And there are more Vils sneaking on. Step Lancer raids, though, keep working away, and there's actually more Knights and Step Lancers towards the center. Scouting on the way, Ender will try and quick wall this as Scout comes in from puddles. One Vil goes down in the fighting.
Oh, but you did get the HP on the house, so it is now blocked off.
Yep.
At the same time, a lot of pressure back at Blue's main base. So, trying desperately to break through with all of those Step Lancers.
Big Vil fights here. Can't let those guys get away. Scout also being engaged by the Vils. Scout goes down. Vils try to sneak away. One more Vil dies. The raids are knocking on the door. There are Knights here to supplement, and some infantry. Oh, sorry, the Knights are from Gilgalad in support actually against the Step Lancers.
But it's a nice little. But just two armor sites are just too much. But it did give me time to kind of re-wall a little bit, stabilize just a little bit more at home.
And with the assistance of this lion, which is now proceeding to attack my Vils, the sneak Vils are slowly being cleared up. Nice little wall off here. That was kind of annoying. Like, now I gotta chop through again. I was like, well, I'm still gonna get all your villagers, I hope, but
yeah, I was quite happy about that.
Yeah.
I was like one thing that felt like it kind of went okay, but also if I got it earlier, I could have kept all your extra Vils that you got out, and then I would have had the advantage on the Vil fight. But at this point in the game, heavy Vil advantage and army advantage at this point in the game. So in retrospect, oh, and we got a hole on. Oh, Gilgalad had a hole as well. So he was full walled, and they just ran right through.
And once again, the outposts here for Ender, in this case, giving away. Oh, look, there's another villager. Go and intercept that. Walls coming up. I do like the forward fortified church here from Killikyle with the potential to kind of harass Fletcher's base. Some siege out there as well. But still, pressure more Step Lancers coming in on Gilgalad's base, and an Onager actually working away on South Cross TC down here.
Yeah, it was an interesting position. Pack Slayer deciding to go Step Lancers as well. This, in retrospect, Step Lancers felt very strong on this map playing against them. It was, was that something that y'all had thought about ahead of time, or is it just naturally?
I don't think we pre-planned it. That I'm aware. I don't know to what extent Fletcher had practiced this map. Because I hadn't been in on team practices. I'd mostly done my own solo practices. But I can see Step Lancers, that's also something that I would gravitate towards, because I found that, like, in most games where you see Step Lancers, especially in, like, early Castle Age, they can just cause so much damage. Just that extra range, and the way that stacks is so powerful.
Ooh, Sir Wazzle getting a really nice raid on Gilgalad's second TC foundation. So kind of delaying that boom up. Puddles is on 3 TCs, so slowly building up.
Yeah, and Killikyle has actually completed stone walls, which will keep the Step Lancers at bay for the moment. So nice job securing the side there.
Yeah, but he is only with. Yeah, I was about to say, getting some pressure on the base, and he only has Palisades, so I expect that to fall relatively quickly. But Fletcher has a lot of Step Lancers still sitting in the front of Gilgalad's base. And there's just no army to deal with that.
Onagers being added now here as well from Moselle. A couple units, onagers still working away on this space, and barracks being dropped. Another TC coming up from southpaw though, and yeah, okay, the veil count is still about a difference of 40. But army count heavily in favor of outpost rushers for the moment. There are some knights here along from Puddles and Gilgalad, which together will manage to clear up these step lancers, I think. It costs them a lot because they stack so well.
I know, they're such a unique unit that like they're really good when they're good, and then they're really bad when they're bad. And then another night raid on Killykyle's base.
Yep, castle does go up, but that's
and the wood line is open, so those knights are just going to run right on through. And able to deal some more damage in the back.
Yep, and this forward fortified church is going down, and that does mean both of these relics will go to Fletcher.
Alright,
Who
so
is now
Ender
getting Castle Age Horse Collar.
Yes.
Ooh, Castle Age Horse Collar, very nice. But once again, he doesn't really need farms though, because he's been just taking the hunt in the center.
That's true.
So it does make sense. I don't know if I felt like it was more of an intentional thing.
But yes, Ender finally reaching Castle Age. Like, fine.
Yeah, so this is the game that I felt like our plan backfired heavily. With the the extra tree to cut through, some very nice timed pressure from you guys. But also, we realized afterwards we just didn't build an army, and we just were just, and it's reflected right there, like 96 to 13, and we're like, we took note of that. For the I guess the rest of the tournament we played much better, but so can't win games if you got no army.
This is true. Another Castle Age Horse Collar coming in, and a defensive castle being popped here.
And a forward castle from Fletcher. Trying to secure a position on the hill on Killykyle's base. Yeah, but Gilgalad's been in a world of hurt most of this game. Like, just constant raids.
Yep. Town bell rung.
And you had a lot of longswordsmen.
Nice hits with the Mangonel though, gonna push those away. But the Step Lancers are in and should be able to snipe that. But yeah, castle versus castle war going on here, but underneath that the Step Lancer is raiding away at the farming eco from Killykyle.
Oh, so this is, yeah, Killykyle goes from being in a decent spot to a very, very bad spot very quickly. Yeah, TC's going down. He's only, Killykyle's down to 26 fills. Puddles has had a very nice boom and is back on par almost with the Kuman player. There's just the army disadvantage is the main thing. Killykyle trying to repair his TC, not working, is running some fills. Step Lancers are on them.
Trying to build a castle here, that might get denied.
That is denied. Very unfortunate because he wasn't able to keep any fills there to get back on it. Does have a second TC and he's running his 2 vills from that TC. Those are his final 2 villagers, and it looks like he's running just in time because the Step Lancers are showing up. On the other side, Pack Slayer and Ender, you guys are both in on the main base of blue. Would love to see Pack Slayer be a little bit more active with the Step Lancers, but to be fair, he's in a lot of different positions, raiding teal as well. Killykyle.
Good addition
Just
though
2
of the Wood
vills.
Raiders. Those will do quite well against the long swords, especially with the castle fire there.
So Killykyle is running his last 2 fills. They're almost to Puddle's base, but there are a lot of Step Lancers in between.
Step Lancers there. He's like, nope, not going that way.
Able to somehow find a path through. with at least one of them. But not looking very good for the corner checkers in game 2. TC down for Get Glad. Where?
Oh no, one villager's fighting a lion. We've seen this before.
We've
This has
seen
happened
this before.
before. I think the Vil will win this one,
but not by much.
Boy, that's half his health gone.
And other Vil's running, made it through to Puddle's wall.
Woad Raider is coming in to do some woading and some raiding though. And we'll find a couple villager kills and idle all this farming again.
A nice little house wall to kind of secure that position and make sure that no damage can be dealt to the backside of the economy.
Cavalier is on the way for Puddles, but most of his knights just died in an engagement against the Step Lancers from Fletcher and Packslayer.
Yeah, that double stack was just so much. And we have another line attacking up in between blue and yellow. And Killykyle's only Vil, or one of his only Vils left.
No. Oh no! Not again!
It's being pinged right now.
Yeah.
And
oh no, it makes it to the TC. It's safe.
Makes it to the TC just in time.
Sacrifice Gilgalad's Vils instead, who will bravely fight it off.
Something about this map. I feel like the same thing happened with Ranger the other day. Like, these lions, gotta watch out for them.
Yeah man, they're everywhere.
Puddle's at a really healthy economy, but at this point, with just 2 players down to under 20 Vils each, probably a little bit too late for the damage to be done.
Yeah, and yeah, you can see Killykyle has half a castle left standing of what is his original base, and Gilgalad also pretty decimated. Does have a TC in the back here still, and is dropped a second one just now, so booming back up. Killykyle also dropping another TC, but gonna be out of the fight for a while, and Elite Step Lancer coming in Packslayer now.
And yeah, with the Kumans, he's had such a strong economy all game. It's just the flood will be
Look
quite
at this.
a lot.
Look at this. He just has 55 Step Lancers casually chilling in the middle, just hanging out.
They're like, we like this land. This land is ours.
Riposte coming up.
Nice little Grape House defense there.
Yeah, I didn't even realize for a while. I was like, oh wait, I have Bulgarians. I can build Kriposts instead of castles. Second TC from Kyle actually in the queue once the first one completes.
Is that queued with his other Vil, or is it still?
I think that's his one Vil.
Oh nope, the other one's building a mule cart.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm kind of feeling like there's just going to be lining up for a massive push before the end here.
Oh, there's a hole! And the longswords come in. And Puddles needs to drop a castle right now.
Nice castle, let's get this up. Let's get it up quick. I don't even know.
Fortunately, all the infantry is chasing that one cavalier, which is just running in circles around them.
Called micro right there. Whew.
Incredible.
And the nice part about Teuton castles is they do have murder holes, so even if the Longhorns decide to attack it, they will run right into a whole bunch of arrow fire.
However, the Cavalier has foolishly gotten himself fallen right into the trap.
But he did do his job, so...
Yeah. The walls get deleted. This actually allows the longswords to, I think, get some build kills they wouldn't have gotten otherwise. But on the other hand, if they hadn't, the Mangud I probably would have that are here from Fletcher now. And the Elite Step Lancers have arrived.
And that is a lot of Step Lancers inside the main base of blue.
Paladin coming in from Moselle. In the meantime, the We see a lot of dying Proposts here and dying TCs and a run of World Raiders just really messing up the eco for me.
Yeah, at that point I was like, I can't stop purple, but I'm going to try to, you know, do at least a little bit of damage to somebody this game.
Yeah, it was very annoying.
No, you had a town center with a bunch of villas down the center, so like, you weren't going to be dying anytime soon.
No, no, but it did kind of kill my north farming of stone, and I was like, I can't drop castles up here. Drill coming in.
Ooh, Sir Wazzle found Killy Kyle's Ville down in the very south.
Oh
So he
no!
was checking the corners.
Look at him.
How smart. And has
However,
an outpost.
in the meantime, though,
We got the outpost rush.
incredible. The Coyote Kyle is back up to 8 villagers. Boom is on. Unfortunately, there are a lot, about 80 elite step lancers coming, as well as 40 cavalier, which are going to paladins.
I believe there's a chance still. We got this. I think we're gonna see the GG here relatively soon. Probably should have been a little bit sooner than it was, but I think what happened was Puddles and I didn't realize that Killikal was down to like 2 villagers. And so we're like, oh, we'll be okay. Like, we have good economies and, you know, we're dealing damage in different places, so like, we'll be fine. And then I realized later, like, oh, maybe we played on a little bit longer than we should have.
Well, the raids are in. The raids are also in the north here. Lots of foundations that were placed or planning to place, but never succeeded. And Ender's actually down to 34 vills.
Like I said, yeah, some nice little raids in there, but I think, oh, you had some hiding up in the back corner. I was about to say, I think I got most of your ones up in the north, but that's all I could do. While my town is burning, I decided to deal damage. There's the GG.
Is
Well played from Outpost Rushers. I think capitalizing on a couple holes in our walls, but also just outproducing military. I think they were consistent in that. Give you guys a really strong advantage.
oh, massive Mongols. But yeah, that's game.
All right. So some dominant play coming in from both FC Boomers and from Outpost Rushers.
Let's see if this is a 3-0 as well, or if Corner Checker's pulling back. Here first. Desert Slope goes in favor of the Ushers. And I believe that puts us on game 3, which
Yep.
is Grand Barra.
I believe so. I am at second 6 whenever you are ready.
Now, what made you guys choose Grand Barra here?
Well, we didn't actually want to play Hillfort.
Okay.
We
Oh, right,
just
you guys randomed into Hillfort like we randomed into Grand Barra.
Right. So Hunt Accurate and Desert Slope are the 2 maps that we had plans for. And then with the remaining civs, just the way the games have been playing, we felt that Grand Bar we had a better chance of playing it well. And so we also thought you guys would have a stronger composition on Boulder Forest versus us.
Yep. I have it pulled up. What second were you
Second, number 6.
on? Okay, 3, 1, go. All right. So Grand Barra, we saw this before in the castle bracket. Again, this is, if you will, the inverse of Desert Slope with players on the outside. However, not food in great quantities in the center, but gold instead, and also the cracked terrain, which will cause buildings to take a lot more damage. and go down a lot quicker. Relic's also in the center, so for gold control, controlling the center is very important here. And also the wood lines are a bit thinner. It's like 2 to 3 trees, I think, rather than
I think so. I think
fives.
so.
In the north, we have Gilgalad as the Slavs. Um, on flank, potentially looking at using that eco and maybe also some howl play to counter potential incoming cavalry raids. Kilikal is the Bengalis, as we mentioned before, very strong eco with the bonus free vills with new TCs for every TC when going up to the next age. Hindustanis, we've seen the Civ over and over and over again. It's an incredibly strong booming Civ in the pocket here. Camel's also very powerful counter cav unit, and Southpaw with the Incas, going for one of the the fantastic Meso Civs,
Yes.
and
That's
potentially
right.
looking at Tower Rush or some other sort of forward pressure with the Incas.
Now, I'm really surprised you didn't go like Mayans or Aztecs on this map.
I
Because like you're playing as Ethiopian, so playing
Mhm,
as a flank player, going archers, but being the Meso lover that you are, I was quite surprised
mhm.
to not see that pick from you.
Yeah, I thought about it and I wanted to go archers. And so I preferred a civ with an archery bonus, which Aztecs don't have. And the thing about Mayans is the longer lasting resources, in effect, would make it take longer to chop through the tree line, which I did not want.
Ah, I see. Okay,
So I went for Ethiopians.
fair enough. So yeah, flank player looking at going archers. It seems like your strategy was, and your pocket was there as the Malian. So this pick actually, just lost the bill to the boar. Unfortunate start for Pack Slayer. Um, this pick surprised us a little bit because in our minds, this game usually is a late game type of map with the ability to have some damage done in the feudal, but its power units is usually what we think because there is so much abundance of gold, and so we were trying to decide what Malians we're going to go for. We assumed camel, which I think is what might be the case for this one. But we knew we wanted to deal damage on Pack Slayer rather than letting him have 3 free booms in a row. Uh, Playing as the other pocket player, Sir Wazzle, as the Slavs, so counter to Gilgalad. So once again, most likely might be seeing an infantry siege push or Boyar, which is a unique unit, a very strong unit with extra melee armor. Yeah, really cool looking unit in my opinion. And then on the other flank, we've got Fletcher playing as the Vietnamese. A little bit more HP on his archers. Has the ability to go elephants if he wants to go that route. And just a good economy overall as upgrades don't cost wood. Yeah, so early walls coming down for you there, Ender. Were you afraid of some pressure, or is that just kind of your plan all along?
That was my plan. I wanted to wall the outside and cut through the inside, get some outposts, and maybe because with Ethiopians, outposts don't cost stone.
Okay.
So get a look at what everyone's doing, and then go from there. Maybe drop some towers, deny some woodline space if I can. But yeah. But that
All
is
right, so
a fast doodle age.
yes, it was. Nice part about having time, you can just push a lot of deer, and so able to get up a little bit quicker. And after trying to push a lot of deer on Desert Slope, this map is much easier because there's no hill to try to push them up.
Oh man, this is easy mode.
I know. That's kind of what it felt like a little bit. You're just like, wow, they actually do what I expect them to do. So kind of all is quiet on the front right now. All of Corner Checkers is up to feudal except for Gilgalad, which I think he'll be there pretty quickly. Yeah, he's got it queued up right behind Loom. And Fletcher's the only one of Outpost Rushers to click up. So basically expecting to see a fair amount of feudal play from Outpost Rushers. Maybe they wanted to, I think we wanted to swap up what we did from last game and see if we can get the army advantage a little bit.
Yep, that's fair. Sorry.
It's
I
all
don't know,
right.
man. Got something in my throat. Um,
Well, we have been casting for quite some time at this point,
yeah,
so
that is true. This is longer than we usually go, but want to get all the
okay.
upgrades in. Yeah, we see. Yeah, there it is. Stables being dropped.
Oh.
So feudal pressure being prepped here, and I also like the little egg base that Killikyle is making for herself, even as pocket player. I think that's something we were missing in this game. Was
Mm,
we were relying too heavily on flanks. And one thing looking back at us afterwards, you can see my wall is just about complete, but it is a long, long wall, and it's going to take even longer to get double walls, and the pressure is already going to come in, and it's going to be really hard to, like, it's going to be almost impossible to keep this entire wall closed. Um, and at that point,
this per
yeah,
I was gonna say this particular map generation is not very easy to wall. Like if there's a slight shift of the map, it can be much easier. But yeah, at this point, it, it's difficult to stop the pressure.
yeah, and
Though
you have
Gilgalad going for the massive stone wall
right.
to lock down this flank.
And he has the advantage. He's in feudal age, so he can drop stone walls.
Yep.
That is something, unfortunately, I did not have. So you can see the palisades going down. But I think what we really needed is for myself and also Pack Slayer to create ourselves a little egg base like Killikyle has here. Let me also. Oh no, the colors are right. Okay. I think no, Kyle was gray. This is why I'm.
Gotcha. Yeah, so the pressure is in on the flank. So you did do a good job of getting your walls up, but another thing that we had going for us is Hindustanis do have the attack bonus with their scouts, and so we were able to kind of punch through those buildings a little bit faster.
Yep.
Than we would have otherwise. And on the other side, it looks like Gilgalad is probably going to be able to get up his stone wall before any pressure.
Yep.
But it does look like Fletcher is opting to go for the fast castle approach instead.
Yep, Buzzell and Fletcher both on the way up to Castle Age, and we'll see what they can do there. However, this pressure is about to break through. Ender, still not quite in Feudal Age yet, is making his way there.
And that is a bit unfortunate because the buildings have less HP in Dark Age versus Feudal. And so the pressure is on.
And we got Scouts and Archers.
Alright, but we do have Fletcher up to castle about the same time as I think it was. Oh, it was you hitting feudal.
Yeah.
I thought it was someone else hitting castle around the same time. Yeah, but you did devote a lot of resources to walling, and so that is going to delay your uptime.
Ball's coming up here for Pack
You
Slayer.
have Pack Slayer.
Oh.
Yep. A little bit too late, so I think
a little bit too late and a little bit too open. Like again, needed to probably go for the egg base here instead of the full wall across to make this happen. Potentially a spear or two.
Yeah, just to kind of secure that down a little bit, but it's nice to finally get some damage on Pack Slayer, so he's not having that nice free boom like previous games. We have Fletcher moving out with some cav archers, but they're just going to run right into that stone wall, and that's not going to help them any. So, and I don't think, is he cut through yet? So, he might be finally cut through, so he might have access to the outside now.
Just about. We have some outposts here, but we have a tower being denied for Ender, and the archer's still kind of constantly idling the eco. It's constantly forced to pull vills away. Second TC for Fletcher, and more TCs being dropped here for Pack Slayer as well.
So I'm curious to watch like the Vil difference right now, because all of Outpost Rushers, it looked like three went Fast Castle, while all of Corner Trekkers stayed in Feudal. So there's a 30 Vil difference currently. I'm curious to see how fast that changes as those TCs come up. Ooh, look at the lovely archer rage or archer raid on the gold.
Run,
So you're in a
villagers, run!
you're in a world of hurt there, buddy.
I really was. I was not having a good time this game. I was like, I'm gonna leave, and I was like, wait, I'm going to split my village in 2 different directions. That way, half of them will sneakily evade capture. Unfortunately, that lion came in and made things harder, but you can see the sneak forward villagers still managed to
Now
get
I
away.
do that was clever. I did not expect that one.
Unfortunately, that lion killed me. And then proceeded. He was like, I'm not done yet. This is my land. Here you come building houses and shooting arrows.
Oh, that is pretty funny.
But the bills are off to better lands, to more peaceful lands.
Yeah, and we've got Puddles being active with those same starting scout now in the back of Fletcher's base. The Cav Archers are there to kind of push them away, but it does look like it did cause just a little bit of disruption. Just kind of spreading the focus of the players so they can't keep track of what's going on nearly as much.
Castle Age now also on the way for 3 players on corner checkers and already in for Killy Kyle, who's dropped 2 TCs, or, well, has dropped 1, second one is being built. And Night Raids, oh, no, these aren't Night Raids. These are Knights from Moselle coming in to help clear up those archers. Bills have killed the lion. The trick is to move in groups of 4 so the lion can't kill your village.
I don't know, one of them's looking like he's hurting just a little bit there.
Yeah, but you know, that's okay. If one of them is hurt, there's still 3 more, and those can each take 1 lion fight.
Alright, we've got Cav Archers in on Gilgalad, so Gilgalad's not going to be able to get that TC up in time, I think. Or it's going to be really close. So a couple missed shots with the Cav Archers.
Yeah, more bills being pulled. I think this TC goes up. Yep, there we go. And the Cav Archers.
But at the same time, still does get some nice fill raids. Blues is on Pack Slayer's Eco, so it's not going to be the smoothest. That's a lot of idle vills currently for Pack Slayer. So Wazzle is coming with a couple of knights to kind of help support that. Does he have... He only has +1 armor currently, so the crossbows might be able to clear there.
Clear it up. What, 9 crossbows against 3 knights? Yeah, and knight running past them. Camel's now starting to move out for Puddles, and we'll find Ender's forward outpost villager. Ender will try to pull the villager away, but unfortunately doesn't remember what his hotkey was for quick walls. Another lion here, raiding Killy Kyle's woodline.
That's a nasty little lion, man. I think that might be the lion... maybe not. There was a lion that your outpost Vil had to fight off, and I think the lion might have killed it.
Potentially.
It was a while ago, so I'm not entirely sure. Alright, so is Rosal clearing up the crossbow mass that's in Paxlayer's base? So Paxlayer should be back to rolling again with his 4 town centers. But at this point in time, it looks like Corner Checkers is almost all on 3 TCs.
Yep.
Nice stone walls from Puddle to prevent those Cav Archers from breaking through to cause the damage.
Yep. And Camel's here now.
Yeah, I was quite glad that Fletcher did not come my way because I think you've been able to break through fairly quickly.
Hey. Yeah, you can see the eco advantage is by 20 vils in favor of corner checkers. And yeah, eco's still looking rough for Ender. Needs to rebalance. You can see, I don't think that was earlier, a lot of balancing through the mark eco to try and get up to Castle Age. Another Vil fighting another lion as the palisades come down, and a defensive castle being dropped here from Paxlayer to try and cover and it.
Yeah, that was a nice defensive location just to kind of lock down that area of the base and prevent further raids from the side.
Ah, no, there's one.
And Fletcher is applying some more pressure to Gilgalad, but Gilgalad has enough TCs up. It's going to be a little bit harder for those Cav Archers to raid. However, those Cav Archers did prevent Southpaw's 3rd TC down on the gold, idled it for a bit. but they run away because Puddles is reinforcing with camels. And Killikyle has been untouched this entire game.
Yep, and you can see he's on 70 villagers, 77, 79, versus
Yep.
65 being the highest outpost.
So nice safe boom for him, and he's gonna have a really strong economy. Especially like as soon as he hits Imp, he's gonna get 8 more villagers because he has 4 TCs now.
Outposts now being cleared up here.
You know, almost double army advantage though for outpost rushers. But it doesn't look like they're able to get a lot of damage in.
No, and half that army is this ball of cav archers here from Fletcher, which is finding a couple Vil snipes, forcing idle time out of Gilgalad. But other than that, not too much going on militarily, and crossbows are coming back, and I think there's a hole here.
Ooh.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe the crossbows just take out the gate.
I think I took out the gate, if I remember correctly. Alright, so it does look like Fletcher is about to apply some damage onto Killikyle. Nice. So something that Killikyle did this game is he did not cut through to the middle for a long time, and so he was completely protected from raids from the outside. It was a strategy that we had talked about for the pocket players.
Yeah.
To minimize damage that was going to be taken. Nice Night Mass from Sir Wazzle moving in on Southfall's forward gold TCs, and it looks like it's gonna it's gonna delay the 4th TC there. And get some nice fill kills. But Corner Checker still has a 40 Vil advantage at this point in the game. Alright, it looks like
Stonewall's coming down here to keep keep Wazell out of space.
Man, I hate trying to wall behind other walls. It just never goes well. But thankfully Puddle showed up with a lot of camel and kind of helped turn the tide of that fight. And, you know, Fletcher's Cav Archer's still getting a couple more Vil snipes on Gilgalad, but really hasn't been able to find the damage that I feel like they needed to. And Killikyle almost all the way up to Imp.
Yep. We have 4 TCs as well from Paxslayer, but definitely lagging behind a bit in terms of eco there. So pocket advantage is definitely in favor of Corner Checker this time. Second TC here from Ender, got crossbows attacking it. There's a knight here, but that's not going to be enough to clear them up, but potentially enough to delay the crossbows enough so that this TC completes.
Yep.
Camels coming in now from Puddles as well on Ender.
Alright, nice. Gets the TC up and gets, you know, 1, maybe 2 crossbow kills. Only 1.
But the eco is in shambles, except for this forward base, which is going okay.
Looking quite nice.
6 TC being dropped from Kyle. 1 TC on every gold he can find in the center, and 3 on the outside.
Yes. Just making sure he's protecting his gold sources and dropping a lot of archer ranges. And going Elephant Archer. Those Cav Archers are going to have a difficult time.
Yep.
It's almost like the flip of game 1 for this set, right?
Yeah.
So, had a lot of Cav Archers, but then ran into Elephant Archers and they just could not deal with it. Ooh, 4 castle though by Fletcher on Gilgalad's base.
Yep.
It's a nasty spot.
Imp also on the way for Fletcher and Paxslayer. Imp also on the way for Southpaw and Puddles though. And Killikyle already there. And yeah, those aren't enough camels to push that back. So this castle will complete, which will be annoying for Gilgalad. But raids in, big night raid or big camel raid coming in on Paxslayer's eco. Wazell sends back some knights to deal with that and pikes, but that definitely causes some disruption there. And
yeah,
actually,
and gives the army advantage for outpost rushers by like a significant amount. Yeah, Yeah, I feel like Gilgalad is in a bit of a pickle right now. Like a lot of his farming economy just got idled. What's his resources looking like? And he's not close to imp at all, which is going to be a bit unfortunate because Fletcher is an imp and can get those tribes out to start taking down buildings. But he queues up a rat and archer instead.
At the same time, though, Ender is nowhere close to Imperial Age either,
That is true.
and is only on 2 TCs versus Gilgalad's 4.
And the build difference is 33 to 80. Yeah. Yeah, that early double pressure from blue and green.
That really hurt.
It did indeed.
Here, 20
but we got Killy Kyle showing up with some elite elephant archers in Gilgalad's base to help kind of defend against this massive cav archer.
Yep, imp on the way from Moselle now as well. So each team will have 3 players, and Gilgalad teching into elite skirms. I like that. It's an easy, cheap kind of counter to the cav archers. It's not as mobile, but if you're just defending your home base, you don't need to be as mobile. So it's a solid choice, I think.
Yeah, Cluster, the very top bar is the army value comparison. So you kind of see like the military value calculated on the side as well, but it's just another indicator to show how the value has been so far. So currently Outpost Registers has had better value just because they've probably killed more units at this point.
Yeah, so total resources spent on creating specifically the current standing military.
So if you hover and they're right above the army in the red and blue bar, there's a really thin one.
Yeah.
That's the one he was asking about,
Yeah.
But we got some eagle raids in on your base again.
I am not having a good time.
Tapped towards Pack Slayer's base, so we might see some nice eagle raids there.
Yep, Pack Slayer coming over with camels. Unfortunately, that puts them out of position to defend his own base.
Yeah, but nice skirm mass from Gilgalad. Kind of almost like a pincher move about to happen here with both Puddles, Kilikala, and Gilgalad kind of trapping Fletcher's army in on that portion of the map.
Yeah, Detonate's coming in for Wazelle.
Alright, is that the cheaper castles, I believe?
I believe so, yeah, where 40% of the castle cost is replaced by wood cost. Which is very nice to have. And Drazina coming in as well. I'm honestly not sure that Drazina Halbs are gonna do... I mean, they'll do great against the camels. They will not do well against the eagles. And there are a lot of... build now, a lot of elite...
There are quite a few.
And bombard cannons here moving forward will get sniped as the camels get through by the eagles as well.
So I do expect the Slavs to go like champion or like the militia line with all the eagles on the field. So that's probably why he was picking up Drazina as well.
You see the men-at-arms upgrades coming in. However, these cav archers are not really taking a good engagement against these skirms.
No, they're not.
Last few that are shooting. And so Fletcher will be forced back here.
And nice just to kind of move forward with those skirms and just try to snipe those cav archers. Like skirms are cheaper, they're easy to replenish versus those cav archers.
Yeah, Imperial Camel now also coming in for Puddles. And Eagles still coming forward and really starting to idle Pack Slayer's eco as well as they continue to take fights against these camels. Large groups of halbs now from Fletcher, just try and deal with these elephants, and I guess Drazina halbs will do quite nicely against elephant archers. If they can get close
but
enough.
that's Vietnamese aren't halbs though, like they're just generic, they don't have any.
Yeah, these are just Vietnamese. No, I was thinking if Wazelle fights in.
Wazelle has 20 halbs on the field, but And
He's still
here's the long swordsman. Yeah. I feel like it was maybe a little bit of like decision paralysis. I'm not sure which side to fight because the pressure was coming hard on both sides.
Yeah, and it was a question of like, well, technically I'm Fletcher's pocket. He needs my help, but at the same time, he's probably in a better position to hold right now than Ender and Paxley. So you do see the champions kind of move over here for champion incoming, entry coming in. Unfortunately, their eagles just kind of outrun them. Okay.
And they're tasking back. I don't know why they just stopped following.
Yeah,
nice
I
little
think
restone wall there with the front of your base.
Yep. However, in the north, Trebs are now coming to take down this castle, and there's not really anything here that can deal with things. And the push is on in the south. Kyle has a really nice mass of elephant archers. There are camels here from Packslayer, which will kind of help whittle away at the reinforcements, but thank you.
I was very proud. I had like a triple eagle raid, so I had eagles in all 3 bases at one point, where it was just doing quite a lot of vil, a lot of vil picks there.
Yep, and that's what you can do if you get the eagle. You just kind of send them in, especially Incan eagles. I don't know. Did you have
They have the extra pierce armor.
Fabric shields.
Yeah, so it's 10 pierce armor, so they can just raid to their heart's content.
Yep. You just walk under the TCs, you don't care. Eventually you're going to lose 1 or 2 eagles, but yeah, now the castle goes down and that leaves Ender's pretty exposed. Skirms pushing forward together with elephants. The camels and halbs will do damage, but it's just not enough.
But despite that, army size in favor of outpost rushers. The production has been a little bit better. And so it's still quite a close game.
Slinger is now being added.
Yeah, so Mesos feel very strong when there's plenty of gold on the map. And there's so much gold on this map that you can go for pretty much any unit composition.
Fletcher has made it to Imperial Skirm, which is a nice little bonus that the Vietnamese have, which is stronger than the standard Elite Skirm. However, in these numbers, Elite Skirms will still win that fight.
Yeah, and Gilgalad has skirms just sitting all underneath his economy.
Okay,
like,
you see this house that I'm building right here between the market and the stable that I just got up?
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah.
I thought I was walled. There's a hole on the left and there's a hole on the right. It was the worst house ever. I was so mad. I was like, what? There's a hole on the right? What? There's also a hole on the left?
It's like, what have I done? I could have built 2 houses.
Yeah, I've been scammed. This is a skinny house.
Oh, that is funny.
Big fight in the center happening here. But Imperial camels will beat the heavy camels.
And that is a lot of elephant archers.
It is a lot. What do we got? 29? And more on the way.
And it looks like Puddles is starting to tech into hand cannoneers, which is a fantastic complement with all the halbs that are currently being spent by...
Yeah, and especially Hindustani.
Archer.
No, wait, he's not Hind. Yeah, he is.
He is,
no, wait,
he is Hindustani, so he has the extra range.
Yeah. So extra range hand cannons, even better, even more powerful. And yeah, I mean, Fletcher has a bit of a massive Imperial skirms, which can deal with the elephant archers, but there's Imperial camel riders, which they cannot deal with. And at this point, this is kind of just an unstoppable comp in terms of what outpost rushers are able to produce at the moment.
But kudos to Fletcher for holding as well as he has.
Yeah, for sure.
Like that, with that army composition, that's a tough task for anyone. Did a good job holding. Had some nice support from Packslayer, but
yeah. However, I think we are nearing the end here.
I think so. The army advantage is definitely climbing very in favor of corner checkers.
And the eco difference is by about 200 now as well.
Yeah, so the production just can't be kept up with.
The now light cav being teched into by Packslayer, which will do even worse against the Imperial Camel Riders.
Yeah, like his entire economy is idled right now. Like he has
Yeah,
7 on food.
yeah. And now the raids are coming in as Fletcher, kind of as the last holdout, does finally get pushed through with, what is it, 3 different players pushing on him now.
Yeah.
And on the other side, the Incas are also pushing forward. Now, Boisel does have Cavalier, which managed to snipe the trip and will do much better against these slingers than the infantry would. However, the numbers just aren't there. And so...
And fighting underneath Captain Fires just is never a great option.
Oh, there's an
and
idle.
KMU being produced as well, so... There's an idle villager where?
Oh, no, there was just a group of champions that didn't engage that were hanging out back there, which...
would have influenced that fight, because even with advantage...
Well, it would have helped against the Eagles, especially. And this will push back, but overall, you just see the slow push through the center. The line is being pushed further and further back, and corner checkers are taking full map control here, bit by bit.
Big army from Sir Wazzle up on the north side. Not sure what he's planning on doing with that, but maybe he's thinking with trying to flank around to combine up with your crossbowmen on the north side, but...
Ender no longer has a TC. Yeah, there's a big wood line.
No TC gaming!
Yep, absolutely no TC gaming.
And... Fletcher's defenses are starting to crumble. That is a lot of Siege Elephant. 11 Siege Elephant. Yep. And then Gilglad coming with 10 capped rams.
Yep, and we're up to 45 elephant archers. I think elite elephant archers even at this point. Yeah.
And Puddle's pushing across the middle back towards Sir Wazzle's base. I think we're going to see the end of this game soon. Not gonna lie, it was nice to get a win on this. After those first 2 games, I felt like game 1 felt relatively competitive up until it didn't. But game 2 was heavily in y'all's favor most that one. So this game felt very nice.
Yeah, that's fair. Hey, look, 2 TCs dropped by Ender. We're so back, as the GG is called.
So back.
There really have been a lot of rams. I don't think I've seen any series that had as many rams as the 2 today. Especially the first of the 2 today.
It's been a surprisingly high number.
Ram meta is on.
I mean, they have been buffed recently, so maybe they're stronger than we think they are.
I can't wait for the Siege Tower meta.
That would be so cool. Yeah. I feel like they should be able to go over double layer walls or houses and stuff. But oof. Triple layer, maybe not, but double.
Look at this score from Puddles.
Wow.
Just like way above everyone else. Oh, this is exploration.
He was in... Oh.
I was like, what?
I think he had a scout that was on auto scout for a good chunk of the game because it did scout your back base and for no reason.
did also have the strongest eco though by 4,000. No. Kyle also had a very strong. Yeah, really good job to your pockets there for getting.
Yeah, they played a great game.
All right, APM spike right here. Pack Slayer 98 takes the cake.
All right.
All right. Well, that concludes this series.
Ooh, some good games today, man.
For
some
sure.
Good games.
So, map number 3, Grand Barra. 2 corner checkers. But yeah, definitely. It was really fun seeing these. Both kind of seeing our own recasted and hearing another perspective and also seeing how the other teams played against each other and what their strategies were. And yeah,
Yeah,
as I said, we'll maybe see how each team adapts to from their first set towards their next set, depending on what went well or what didn't.
yeah. I think the games progressively got a little bit more competitive.
Hmm.
I think round two is probably the most competitive games. I think of the set. Maybe I don't know.
Okay.
I could be wrong. I didn't play every game, so
I guess we'll find out.
I'm sure they are good games across the board. So what's on the docket for tomorrow?
So tomorrow we're going back to Castle Age bracket. Um, next games, hold computer to take a moment down the program so we can breathe again. We have the second round of Castle Age game or Castle bracket games coming in. I keep saying Age, but to be fair, Castle bracket games also go to Imperial Age. I don't know if we got any. But yeah, so we'll have Longbowmen playing versus Woad Raiders, which Longbowmen is a team we haven't seen yet with the uh, 5-team Swiss. So new team there, and well, new team, team that's going to be on the first stream, and then Chukanu versus Berserks. And I believe my co-caster for tomorrow will be Thalion, who was playing
Okay.
for Teutonic Knights, so the team that had a bye in round two. And she's also been doing a lot of the admin work here, helping set up the website, and actually also did a great job. Designed all the cards. Hold on. So if you see this wonderful card here with the logo and all the info, that's designed by Lethalian, who sent me all those. So thanks for that. And yeah,
Yeah.
so excited to have her on and get that input. It's always fun to have uh, different different players and hear from them what their thoughts were, and what their takes are on different stuff.
Excellent. Well, I'm looking forward to resting my voice tomorrow and catching the cast.
Yeah,
Hope you'll have fun.
for sure. I believe we will. But yeah. Other than that, once again, I will get this VOD exported within the next 24 hours to YouTube. I believe the first VOD should already be up.
Hmm.
For people to watch. If you missed the first round of Castle Age sets, you can go ahead and check those out. They were super fun to watch. Definitely worth checking out. Highly recommend. Um, and other than that, I feel like I had one thing. It was so important that I forgot what it was. Cool.
Obviously, it was super important.
Yeah. It really must have been.
Community games start in an hour. If you're on and you're looking forward to playing some games after watching games, come join us, and we would love to have you.
There you go. So anyone that is up in an hour still, which for some of you isn't actually that late. uh, yeah, go ahead and check that out. And if not, it's been a pleasure having you all, and Southpaw, good to have you on again.
Always.
And yeah, have a good evening slash morning slash afternoon or wherever you are, and we will hopefully see you again tomorrow.
Good night.